Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call this meeting to order. And Amanda, roll call, please.
Director Sani? Here. Director Leppel? Here. Director Sabo?
Here.
Director Miller?
Present.
Chair Curcio?
Here. Director Sani, would you lead us in the pledge?
Absolutely.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Do any of the directors have any communication or announcements for us this morning?
I do have one.
Director Leffel?
The Monterey Bay Defense Alliance, of which the airport is a sponsor and member, is having the rollout for the economic report for the defense and security agencies in the region on June 3rd at 8:30 in the morning at the conference center. So the city of Monterey wanted to host it now that they are opening, and so it will be one of their inaugural events.
And will they be serving breakfast?
There will be no breakfast and there is no charge. So it will be come and hear what the economic impact is of our defense industry here in the county. And Congressman Panetta will join us that morning.
I think it's also done on Zoom or virtual.
Yeah, you can also do it virtually, but
No hands.
it'd be nice to see everyone.
Any of the other directors have any announcements for us? I do have one announcement. Chair-elect Miller and myself have begun discussions with the Executive Director Lapierre. His contract is up in June, and we are in very preliminary discussion on that, and we'll probably get it to the full board in July. Does any member of the public have an announcement they'd like to make?
No hands.
Seeing none, would any member of the public like to make comment on anything that is not on today's agenda? If so, please raise your hand. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to item E, which is the consent agenda. All items on consent are in the board packet. Is there any board member that would like to remove an item from consent?
I have a couple updates to number one.
So would you like us to remove number one?
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll pull number one, please.
Chair, I would move approval of items 2, 3, and 4 on the consent agenda.
We have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
Director Miller seconds. Amanda, roll call, please.
Director Sani?
Yes.
Director Leppel?
Yes.
Director Sabo?
Yes.
Director Miller?
Yes.
Chair Curcio?
Yes. So let's go to item 1, Director Sani.
Thank you. I just have a couple friendly amendments. On page 3, I believe I spoke about concerns on timing 2 in regards to the Lundgren and Brown rates and charges analysis. And that I had concerns that we were analyzing pandemic or pre-pandemic data, and I don't think that's reflected. And then also on page 5, middle of the page, it says lease committee, and I believe that should say finance committee. Director Level responded that the amendment was reviewed extensively by the committee, and I believe it should be finance instead of lease. So those two friendly amendments.
So noted. Can we have a motion to approve with changes?
I so move.
We have a second. We have Director Leppel. We have a second.
Second.
Second by Director Miller. Amanda, roll call, please.
Director Sani?
Yes.
Director Leppel?
Yes.
Director Sabo?
Yes.
Director Miller?
Yes.
Chair Curcio?
Yes. Okay, we're going to move on to item G of the regular agenda, which item 1 is overview of ProTech Fire Services. Executive Director, how are we going to do that?
I will introduce it, and then you have a special guest from ProTech Fire Services to give you a presentation.
Very good.
We've entered into some discussions only with ProTech Fire Services, which is a privately owned fire protection company based in Green Bay, Wisconsin, about the future of aircraft rescue and firefighting services on the airport. I thought it was appropriate, since you are not familiar with that company, to introduce them to you and allow them to tell you a little bit about themselves and their operation. I believe on the line is Bill Hirschman, who is the CEO of ProTech. And Bill, I'm not sure if you have Dan Deal with you or not. Yes, you do. So from there, I would suggest that we allow them to give you that presentation.
Okay, so what I'd like to see us do, if possible, is if we could have the directors hold questions till the end of the presentation, unless absolutely necessary. I would appreciate that. All right, Bill, thanks for being with us this morning. Take it away.
Good morning, and we really appreciate the time that you afforded us to give you an overview of our company and our operations. Again, my name is Bill Hirschman. I am the president of ProTech Fire Services. Also joining me on this presentation is Mr. Dan Deal. Dan is our Western Regional Fire Chief. He covers all of our airports and airport operations west of the Mississippi. He is one of several right-hand executives that I have that help me make good choices throughout my day here at ProTech. What I'd like to do is share my screen, if that's acceptable to you folks. We do have a multimedia presentation here, which is a PowerPoint. So I'm going to go ahead and throw that on the screen here for you. And we will get this rolling. So very briefly, ProTech Fire Services, who we are. We are headquartered in Green Bay, Wisconsin. We are a small family-owned, privately held corporation, roughly $20 million in revenues annually. We were founded by a gentleman by the name of Norm Watermullen back in 1974, when we initially started to provide security services for Austin Straubel International Airport here in Green Bay. That relationship matured and eventually drove us to aircraft rescue firefighting services. Our culture is very simple. We have a mission statement, we have core values, and we have a code of conduct, and we are driven significantly by our core values, the primary one of which is safety. We focus on safety. We have a very, very good safety record with all of the staffing that we have. As you can see there, over 300 firefighters. We have, in the last several years, have not had any loss of work incidents. So we are very driven by that culture here. We currently have 25 customers that we serve. I'll show you who those are and what they kind of look like in terms of their either airport index or category or service. We are located in 14 different states here in the United States and 2 Canadian provinces up with our friends at the north. We are a very lean and profitable company. Our corporate staff of 7 individuals, 5 in our corporate office, and 2 regional fire chiefs that work in their regions manage those 300 plus firefighters. Again, we are a profitable, very strong cash flow company with $3 million bonding capacity. And it should be noted particularly aircraft rescue firefighting, management, operations, and training is all we do. We don't do anything else but provide services to airports, air parks, and aircraft manufacturers around the United States. Our mission statement's very simple. We are committed to protecting life, property, and the environment, and we do this through safe practices, teamwork, and community service. I mentioned briefly our core values, our number 1 being safety, our number 2 being service. We are very customer focused, very customer driven. We like to leave our customers with the impression that they cannot live without us. We are very efficient in what we do. We use our resources very wisely. And of course, all of our staff strives to be the best that they can every single day. We also have a code of conduct, and this information is posted throughout our enterprise. Every single airport, air park, aircraft manufacturer that we have operations carries our mission statement, our core values, and our code of conduct, and it's part of our training session for our initial hire employees. Let's talk a little bit about our current clientele. We have 3 airports currently that are Index A. Those 3 are actually on your screen here: Lynchburg, McClellan Palomar, and Trent Lott International Airports. All 3 are Index A airports. But as you can see, we serve airports and air parks from anywhere from about 35, 36 employees all the way down to 3 employees. And as I mentioned, not only do we service airports directly, we service air parks, which are more of a general aviation type of environment. And we also work with several aircraft manufacturers, including those under Department of Defense contracts, which is why in some of these you'll see some blank spaces. It's also interesting to note, I think for you folks, is that we do have 5 airports where we have collective bargaining agreements, and we have unions that are represented there. Those airports include our Rogue Valley International Airport in Medford, Green Bay Austin Straubel in Green Bay, Wisconsin, our Will Rogers World Airport in Oklahoma City, and both of our Canadian airports in Saskatoon and Calgary are both represented by unions there. This is just the second page to include our additional clients. And the other thing I'd like to mention, I'm going to back up just for 1 second here. You can also see a little bit of the longevity that we have with our current clientele. Again, we started with Green Bay 47 years ago. We are still there. And many of our clients, we have at a minimum 10 years of experience. We did add recently, this year in March of 2021, 2 additional clients, which included Tulsa International Airport and Stennis International Airport. I wanted to get back to talking about those 5 collective bargaining agreement airports. We're actually in the process of negotiating new collective bargaining agreements with 3 of them. One of them we just completed, Oklahoma City, for another 5 years. But the way we operate, which I'll show you our organizational structure here in a little bit, is that our fire chief, our regional fire chief, our director of human resources, who has an extensive industrial relations background, and myself, all are involved in that process. So we have an open door of communications as we go to sit down at the bargaining table. And we've had an extremely good relationship with each of our unions located at these airports. Our business model is fairly simple, but I'm going to put a caveat to that. Generally speaking, the airport provides the station, the vehicles, the firefighting gear. When I say firefighting gear, that's the personal protective equipment. That is the self-contained breathing apparatus, those types of items. And then ProTech provides the staff, the expertise, the regulatory compliance, the documentation. I say that with a star or an asterisk only to say that of our 25 customers, every single one is different. I've learned very quickly here with my experience in at ProTech that if you've seen one airport, you've seen one airport. And so there are some airports, for example, where we provide the apparatus. There are some airports where we provide the personal protective equipment or the SCBA. So we are flexible on that, but generally speaking, that is our business model. In terms of what makes us different, number one, I think is certainly our commitment to safety, but we are customer service focused. Our desire is to be integrated and partnered with the airport environment. We understand that our primary responsibility is aircraft rescue firefighting. We are not going to do anything that would conflict with that responsibility or would denigrate the airport's airport index. However, if there are things that we can do to help be supportive within the airport community, we will absolutely do our best to support that. And I'll talk about those value-added services that we provide at no additional cost here in a little bit. Each one of our facilities has a fire chief, which they are our main point of contact and the relationship manager between the airport and ProTech. Our fire chiefs are trained, they're experienced, they are professionals, and we provide them with all the necessary tools and equipment that they need to be successful to ensure our customers' success at the sites. We're very focused on quality assurance. We have, over the last several years, experienced flawless Federal Aviation Administration inspections, FAA, AOI inspections, at 100% with no discrepancies. And that's at every single one of our airports that requires an FAA inspection. We also have airports that require DCMA inspections under Department of Defense contracts, and our inspections have been flawless there. We do this through a lot of different venues, but one of them, which I think is the most important, is our what we call staff assistance visits. Prior to the FAA inspections, our regional fire chief will make a visit to that airport and basically run through the inspection with the airport itself to ensure regulatory compliance and to ensure success for that inspection. We're extremely proud of that inspection record. Again, value-added services, a few of the things that we do, and we'll break this out even further, but foreign object debris, FOD inspections on the runway, perimeter security, community relations. We open the door and we'll do open houses at the fire station, fire extinguisher inspections, building inspections. There's a lot of different things that we can support so that our firefighters at that location are integral parts of again, that community. We're very, very focused on that. And again, from our perspective, we are a very small, very nimble business. It does not take us long to act. It does not take us long to make decisions. The fire chief at each airport has a direct line to the president of this company, and you won't find that anywhere else in this industry. I mentioned safety, and just a couple of points on this. Again, from our perspective, it is our #1 core value. It's a cultural imperative for us. In order to be as successful as we have been with our safety programs, we provide very specific standard operating guidelines, standard operating procedures. We have safety audits that are done by our third-party insurance carriers. I talked about our staff assistance visits, or SAV inspections. They also cover safety aspects. We have wellness and physical agility programs. We have a company-specific health and safety manual, and 2 times a year we run a health and safety contest that all of our airports are engaged with, and we publish that information in a separate health and safety newsletter. So everybody is engaged consistently with our main core value of safety. As I mentioned, we've only had 1 lost time injury since 2014, and our work comp mod is at 60%. Canada mod is down to 25%. Again, that's based on the limited amount of injuries that we've had throughout our business. So wanted to again hit on these value-added services. You know, one of the things that we've come to realize over our almost 50 years of experience here now is our staff, our firefighters, are much more productive when they are engaged within the airport community. And, you know, currently speaking, when we look at airport rescue firefighting services that are provided by either municipalities or other third-party vendors, they kind of take the opportunity or the role, if you will, that they're there for aircraft rescue firefighting. That's all they're there for, and they will do the minimum standards to ensure compliance. We try to take that, I think, a large step forward. Again, being part of the airport community, being a support mechanism for airport operations is very important to us. We like to see our firefighters out on the airfield, either doing training. We like to see them in the terminal doing inspections for fire extinguishers. We like them to do mobile fueler inspections. notice to airmen information, dignitary visits, fire prevention and inspection programs, whatever we can do to, again, be integrated as part of that community. And these are items that we do at no additional cost under our contracts. It's very simple. Our firefighters are there. In most cases, they're there for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We firmly believe that from the time they arrive at work in the morning until a certain time in the evening, usually 5 to 7 p.m., their time is ours, and they work to ensure that they're out of the building to complete their daily requirements, which include many of these different items. A couple of other value-added services that we have recently been involved with has been the development of, for example, standard operating procedures for airports that we don't even cover. We currently have a contract with Penn State University, University Park Airport. We're developing and revising their airport rescue firefighting standard operating procedures specifically for them because they felt like it was not adequate for their service, even though we don't provide the ARF services directly there. So just a snapshot of our value-added services. Relative to our current operations or ongoing operations, as I mentioned, our fire chief, they are the relationship manager. They are the main point of contact between the airport and our company. And as I mentioned, while generally on a day-to-day basis are either Western or regional fire chiefs, Eastern or Western regional fire chiefs manage the fire chief at the airport. Those fire chiefs also have a direct line to the president of the company, which is, again, pretty unusual in our business. They are the ones that are responsible for making sure that the facility, the equipment, the vehicles are all maintained and serviced and ready to go. They make sure that our staff is compliant relative to their training, which Dan will come on here and talk a little bit about in just one moment. Whether it is the FAR 139 training, whether it's emergency medical services training, whatever it may be that's relevant to the contract that we serve, our fire chief is the responsible party. They're also the ones that ensure the value-added services are covered. They communicate very closely with either the operations manager or the designee at the airport and try to address any other services that we might be able to provide. Again, with the caveat that it can't affect our ability to cover the index. And of course, if it affects safety, then there has to be discussion on that. Those fire chiefs, generally speaking, in our world, work a 40-hour administrative work week, but they are available and ready to respond to the airport 24/7 under a majority of our contracts. They're the ones that live out our core values. They're the ones that ensure that our staff and our teams live out to those core values. They make sure that our staff looks professional, acts professional, the vehicles are cleaned, the station's cleaned. And the other item that I think is important here is they are the main focal point for our mutual aid agreements with the departments that would be responding in for emergencies. Our fire chiefs are required to develop those relationships. They generally are the ones that will draft either joint use agreements or memorandums of understanding for response purposes. They're the ones that are responsible, generally speaking, for the coordination of training and exercises, the tabletop exercises, triennial exercises with those mutual aid departments. And they, again, generally speaking, have very good relationships in their communities and with those mutual aid departments. Additionally, they have some ancillary responsibilities relative to the budget itself. So I'm going to turn over for just a second here to Mr. Deal, our regional fire chief, so he can be a little bit more specific relative to the FAR 139 training that we provide. Go ahead, Dan. Dan, I don't hear you on the line. I can see your lips moving, but I don't hear you. And I see you're unmuted, so you've got a connection issue there. Nope, you're still muted at this point. I'll give Dan another second here. If he's unable to connect, I'll go ahead and take over for him. Try it again, Dan. Nope. Okay, not a problem. We apologize for that. Of course, everybody's still working through technological issues as Zoom becomes a popular alternative. And certainly Dan and I would have much rather have been there to present to you folks live and in person, but we'll make this work regardless. So the point here being, all of our airports are extremely focused on the requirements for initial recurring and ongoing training relative to FAR Part 139. Our initial training to ensure that the firefighters are trained up and certified as aircraft rescue firefighters, but they also have the basics down in terms of driving within the movement area, aircraft and airport familiarization, obviously the basics of firefighting operations. If wildlife hazard management is a requirement, they do their training on that. The live fire training program, which we are required to do annually. All of these things are documented and provided on a regular basis with full-time access 24/7. We actually employ currently 2 training systems. We're going to be bringing that down to 1 system, but we use emergency reporting and target solutions to provide a vast majority of this training between our different airports. And again, we're going to be making that 1 system that's a little bit more effective for our enterprise. So everything from emergency communications all the way through to airport condition reporting, anything that is required by the FAA relative to providing your aircraft rescue firefighting services is covered under our 139 training. And again, it's not just we do it and we're done. The requirement is that every year they have recurring training under the 139, guidance that they are required to get. So that again is just a small snapshot. And what I would like to say is that the estimate that we provided previously to the airport, all of this training is included. The initial training, the recurrent training, it's not something that we charge additional for. It's all included in a firm fixed price fee structure that we provide to each airport. So the bottom line is we are a small business, very competent, very nimble, very flexible, with our focus being on safety, our focus being on the customer. We are an extremely cost-effective solution to provide the same level of service that you would be receiving from other entities. And we are 100% compliant on all regulatory levels between the FAA, the DCMA, which is the DoD component here in the US, and even at our 2 airports in Canada, where the regulatory agency there is Transport Canada. We are fully compliant on all of those assets and functions. So that is it for the presentation. I wanted to try to keep that as brief as possible, but I do want to leave enough time for everybody to have some opportunity for questions. So I'll open the floor for questions at this point.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to start with our board members, and Director Sani, do you have any questions?
Thank you so much for the presentation. It was very informative. I just wanted to highlight the safety of your company and how strong that was on page 8. Your 1 lost time injury since 2014. It's wonderful to hear for your employees as well. And I do have a question. I'm not sure this really goes to Bill. Maybe it's for staff here. How would such agreement impact mutual aid within our community?
That really is a good question for Bill to answer. That's something that has been asked previously. So I'll let Bill handle that.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So look, I'll be transparent with everybody here. The bottom line is when you go through these types of changes, particularly when you're switching from a municipal service, which has traditionally been there for some time, and you go to a contracted service, the initial change is can be a little bit rocky or bumpy at best to start. But in the emergency response community, which full disclosure, I have 30 years of fire service experience and emergency management experience. Chief Deal has years more than I do. Our experience has always been that the bottom line is when there is an emergency, all of those mutual aid entities will absolutely be there to protect the public, regardless of what that relationship looked like. They come to that understanding fairly quickly, and they generally come to the table fairly quickly to create some sort of new mutual aid agreement. And I'll give you the example. We just had Tulsa International Airport again. We just started there March 1st. That service was previously provided by the Tulsa Fire Department, who had been there for many, many years. And the transition between February 28th and March 1st was rocky again at best. But we recently, Dan and I were just there a couple weeks ago, last week actually, and we understand from our current fire chief, he's already been communicating with the fire department. They've already had discussions on what mutual aid will look like. The fire department has agreed that, and actually the fire department, some members of the fire department said, we apologize that the transition was not as clean as it should have been. We want to be good stewards of the community. We're happy to come to the table and create a mutual aid agreement and train and exercise with you. So and that's been, I wouldn't say consistently our experience. I would say that that happens regularly, but oftentimes it's a very, very smooth transition. Everybody understands that in the emergency response world, we all have specific jobs to do. Our number one job is to protect the public. And I know of no entity in the United States that would forego that because of hurt feelings over contractual issues. And the bottom line is that our fire chief on site there, one of their primary responsibilities is to ensure that the mutual aid component is successful for the airport and the community.
Bill, if I could, as much as I would love to throw a line into that river and catch something, would you stop sharing your screen?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Oh, was there something behind me?
No, not at all. We still see your home screen.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, that's my apologies. I thought I was back on camera. There we go. How about that?
We were getting water in the market.
That would have been nice.
No hands.
All right, there we go. How's that better?
That's much better. Thank you.
Great. I
You got
have
it.
one other question too for you. It looks like California, you've got a couple airports that you are serving in California, but you're mostly in the Midwest. Just you speak to what, I mean, I assume it's growth for your business, but also just your staffing and resources within the community here or within California.
Yeah, I mean, again, so traditionally our growth model has been purely organic. And what that means is that we have never really had, well, we've never had a sales force, for example. We don't have folks that are actually going out and knocking on doors to ask for business. That's not to say that we don't do marketing campaigns and some other things, but we don't actively shake the trees for business. And so the business that we have gotten has really predominantly been through word of mouth. The airport community generally is fairly small. And that's why you'll see in certain areas, if you go to our website, you'll see we have these clusters of airports, and that's been success through word of mouth. In the West Coast, we do have 3 airports there. We have the 2 in California. We have McClellan, Palomar, and Carlsbad, Mojave and the Mojave Desert, and then just on the border between Oregon and California, we have Rogue Valley Medford Airport. And actually, one of my focuses moving this company forward is try to develop more business sort of on the West Coast and the Western area, and that's just been again because of organic growth. It actually has nothing to do with resources available or our ability. Dan, you're now sharing your screen, just so you know, or our ability to recruit personnel. So to give you an idea, when we staff or start up a new airport, our human resources director, our regional fire chief, and our fire chief are all directly involved in that process. We utilize several online services to gain interest, in addition to word of mouth. Generally speaking, the fire chief, which is the first hire for us, they're a local individual, and they will immediately have some contacts in that area. And of course, the other thing we do is we communicate and coordinate with the airport itself. Oftentimes, the airports will say, hey, you know, we kind of we appreciated the staff that we had here at the airport. We know that we're switching contracts, but if there's a way that you can see fit to maintain the staff that's currently there, or certain members of the staff that are currently there, we can certainly work through that as well. So we've done it about 1,000 different ways, but each way has certainly been successful through our processes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Director Miller? Thank you, Bill, for the presentation. I have a few questions just to follow up on. Executive Director Lapierre, we haven't been provided a copy of the proposal, right?
There is no proposal. This is informational only.
Okay.
Should we choose to go this route in the future, I first of all wanted you to be familiar with the company. Secondly, we will have to go through RFP. So we don't have that information at this point.
Okay. Bill, how many firefighters do you see our airport requiring under your business model?
So the airport there is a Index A airport. And of course, the FAA is the one that establishes the requirement for the number of firefighters. And it's based on that airport index, and the airport index is based on the number of flights, the size of the flights, several different variables. So what we would see there is at a minimum providing the FAA required number of firefighters, which would include, as I mentioned, the fire chief, the 40-hour-a-week administrative fire chief. We've always, I wouldn't say we've always, we have felt that that particular position for a long time is a key aspect of our success. And so it's really a matter of ensuring that we've got the leadership online and the staffing required. So under an Index A airport, it would be the full-time fire chief. It would be 3 captains and 3 firefighters total, with one captain and one firefighter on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So you'd have a administrative work week fire chief, 40 hours a week, and then on duty per day, 1 captain, 1 firefighter to cover the aircraft rescue firefighting requirement at the airport.
And that is the level A requirement to firefighters. But we also have structures here. Would you be responsible for those structures, because we don't fall into any other fire district or the city limits?
If that is part of the requirement under the contract, we can. That may affect the number of staffing, because again, the primary responsibility here is going to be maintaining the index at the airport. What that means is if there is a structure fire that requires our services, we have to still leave the minimum staffing in place to maintain that index, or the airport operations manager, airport executive director can make a determination that they are going to close down the airport, in effect going out of index while that structural incident is mitigated. So again, it's really dependent on the contract and the requirements of the airport. We can absolutely provide structural service. We do that, for example, at Oklahoma City right now. We've got structural vehicles there. We do that in Ardmore as well. So again, it's just a matter of how the contract is written and what type of services are required.
Getting back to mutual aid's a two-way street. Not only do we receive the benefit of mutual aid, we also have to help out neighboring jurisdictions when they ask for our help. And at one time, we staffed our own fire department. We participated in mutual assistance agreements and the more formalized mutual aid agreements here in California. But when we looked at those calls for service, our firefighters were leaving the airport on a fairly regular basis, more so than they were handling calls on the airport. With only a two-person staffing, if we leave the airport, then we would have to shut down aircraft operations. How would that work?
Again, we operate at the discretion of either the airport manager or airport executive director. We do not make those decisions unilaterally. So if there's a call for mutual aid and that assistance is requested, it is the discretion of the airport manager or airport director to say, yes, we will close down the airport. We will go out of index so that we can provide those services to the other firefighters, or excuse me, to the other fire departments, to the mutual aid departments. There are other options. Again, many of our locations, we have callback processes, so we can bring in off-duty personnel to cover incidents that are of longer duration, or where that staffing is going to be a challenge via mutual aid or structural fire, et cetera. But again, it would all be contract dependent. So however we work that into the contract in terms of those responsibilities, that's exactly what we would support.
How long does it typically take to transition from one contract to another? I assume your first hire is going to be the fire chief, and he's going to be responsible for lining up personnel in the area. This could take quite a while, right? We're talking months.
That's a great question. And again, I don't have a black and white answer. It honestly just depends. We have done startups in 30 days. We have done startups in 90 days. It all depends on how complicated and complex the startup is. To your point, yes, the fire chief is our first hire. Once that individual is on board, we begin the hiring process for the other firefighters, and then we begin that training process. At a minimum, we'd like to have about 4 weeks to train our staff. So we like to say at a minimum, a 45-day startup time is good. We have again adjusted within a calendar depending on the needs, but we can go anywhere from a 30-day to a 90-day. It's just going to be dependent on, again, how complex the startup operation is.
Okay, thank you. This question, I guess, would be for you, Scott, our legal counsel. This proposal would be outside of our CalPERS contracts. It would be. Have we talked to CalPERS? Because when some jurisdictions in the past have created contracts, CalPERS, and then they've gone to a hybrid where they have a contract with CalPERS, the retirement system, and yet they contract with either an individual or an outside company to provide the service. In some cases, CalPERS has come back and said, you can do that, but that person or entity have to be CalPERS members. Have we looked into this at all?
The short answer is not in this jurisdiction. I've looked at it in other jurisdictions. That would be something, that would be a bridge we would have to cross before you could make any decisions. But again, that's, step, 37 or 38 down the road. And the first one would be really, if you want to go out to an RFP. I can tell you, CalPERS usually has issues if you have open positions that you eliminate and then immediately contract with the same individuals. That's usually where they have their problems. Or their disagreement, so to speak. You don't have any firefighter positions in this airport. You currently contract for services, for fire services. So I don't think this would be something that would trigger any CalPERS ire or any concern. But again, we would have to go down that road.
But we do have a contract with CalPERS for the retired firefighters that's still in existence, right?
They are currently covered under the CalPERS agreement that you have. You have an agreement with CalPERS for personnel services. But again, you don't have any firefighters as of today. You don't have any open positions. So we would have to talk with CalPERS about that. I would certainly vet that with them before, and let you know their response before you made any decisions.
So,
Two things about that, Director. First of all, the firefighters that are retired are still covered. Their retirement is still covered under our
airport,
contract, under UAL. So that's part of our UAL obligation. That's an enduring obligation. Secondly, we went through this a few years ago when we went from an in-house HR person, HR staff member, to contract services. And we went through that process with CalPERS because at that point, they asked that same question. And the fact that it wasn't the same person, it was an independent organization that we contracted with. CalPERS then decided that there was no obligation on the part of, at that point, RGS to participate in CalPERS.
And if I may,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if I may, we actually, at our Mojave location, the previous staff that were providing ARF services, which were employed by the spaceport, were on the CalPERS system. When we came in, we brought in an entirely new staff, and those individuals are not on the CalPERS system. They're on our corporate retirement system. So all of our employees have access to full benefits, health, dental, 401k, et cetera, workman's comp. All that stuff is covered under our contract. So, and we had no issues in that particular instance.
Thank you. I think that's all I have.
Director Leffel?
Good morning, thank you. Question I have is on the contingency emergency staffing. What kind of proximity do you have a requirement when you hire of how close they have to live since you're kind of sparse in California? If you had emergency staffing or you had something, how do you work that? And if you've got a callback, which I think you mentioned, what's their timing and what are your rules?
Right. So obviously, again, it's airport dependent. As I mentioned, each airport is, if you've seen one, you've seen one. But many of our departments manage a callback list, if you will, which identifies those individuals that are within what we would determine is a reasonable area for commute to respond to emergency situations. We would do the same thing in this particular case. It is in today's environment, it is extremely difficult to hire personnel and say you must live within 10 miles of the fire station. It's just it's extremely difficult to do that. And actually, if you researched, you would find that there are very few fire departments across the U.S. that have a residency requirement. In fact, many of them are volunteer departments because that's the only staffing or manpower that they have. So we would again be, as we go through that hiring process, identifying where those individuals live, identifying the length of time that it would take them to respond to the department, and we would develop a standard operating procedure or guideline specific to the Monterey Airport at that time.
Okay, but just with such a small staff, if you have somebody called in sick or they have an emergency and have to leave, and they're flying up from LA for their 2 or 3 day shift and then flying back to LA, I'm just kind of thinking how all of this would work. And we do know that we have fire departments around here that goes on all the time. We had firefighters,
Sure,
our own, that did that. So for me, that would be kind of an issue of that they have to be within a certain time frame for a callback.
Yep. So, yeah, and again, that would be part of our hiring process. It would be part of our SOP development process. we would absolutely address it. It's just that I can't address it until we have the particulars, if you will. So, we do this with each individual contract as the startup occurs to say, if this happens, how are we going to do that? And if it's a long-term issue, we have somebody that goes down on a long-term injury. We have, COVID is a great example of this. We lost, for example, an entire shift at our Calgary location. We actually have an emergency response staffing team in place within our company that can activate and be relocated and on site, usually within a matter of, certainly within 24 hours. So we have the staff internally that if it's a long-term issue, we can get them on site pretty expediently. And then our regional chief and, if available, our fire chief would train them to the specifics of the airport. Again, aircraft familiarization, airport familiarization, those types of things.
Where is your regional fire chief located?
Dan is located in Oklahoma City, but like our other regional fire chief, he essentially lives out of a suitcase. I was just with him in Oklahoma City and Texas last week, and 2 weeks prior I was in Virginia and California. So our fire chiefs are making trips to our airports on a regular basis, at a minimum 2 times a year, but typically it's more than that.
And then when I saw, I think the division here, the airport provides station vehicles and gear. How does your staff, if there's something going wrong with the vehicle or they need something, how do they communicate that? Do you have a weekly report? Do you have something? We've had a couple of issues in the past where things have not been maintained by the hired personnel, and then we end up with a pretty big bill and kind of a you said, we said, who should fix it? So how do you?
Sure. So that's what's nice about the online programs that we utilize, emergency reporting, for example, which is the system I believe we're going to be going with for our entire enterprise, will actually track vehicle equipment, personal protective equipment, maintenance, logs, and data. We are on a regular schedule at every single one of our airports, regardless of who owns the vehicles, for daily, weekly, and monthly checks of those vehicles. Each one of those checks is a little bit different, but every day the vehicles are at a minimum. They are pulled outside, they're run, the fluid levels are checked, the entire vehicle gets a walk around inspection, tools and equipment are checked. And then the weeklies get a little bit more longer and the monthlies get a little bit more longer. Once any information or anything is identified as a maintenance issue, we follow the process as directed by the airport, whomever the point of contact there is, the ops manager, airport director. We communicate that information to them, and it's also noted in our log so that we have documentation of that, and B, all of the shifts can easily see that documentation. So that's a process that we've been utilizing for a long time. We do not let PPE equipment and maintenance issues get overbearing within our organization because of our daily checks, daily, weekly, monthly checks.
Okay, I think that's all for me. Thank you. Thank you, Gary.
Director Sabo.
Yeah, thank you very much for that rather comprehensive presentation, and having the slides in our board package was very helpful. And I had a question, Director here. When he comes back, I'll have a question, but if regards, and maybe you can help on this. I forgot your first name. What's your first name again?
Bill.
Bill.
Surprising.
No wonder I forgot. My recollection, the question I will pose to our executive director, my recollection, we were a level B airport, and level A is down around right getting near General Aviation Airport, with maybe one area like Aggie back again. I had a question.
I'm sorry.
And my recollection going back was we were going back 8, 9, 5 years. You know, I was kind of looking at firefighter costs, and I suggested that we go from what I remember was level B, whatever you call that, level B to level A, and I was rebuked with that because it said the number of arrivals and the type of aircraft we have at the airport requires that we have level B, you know, for safety. But I noticed we've been talking here about level A, which is very modest amount of arrivals. Are you absolutely sure we're level A, whatever, on that level, whatever?
Yeah, we are at index A, but that's reviewed every year.
Okay.
And it depends on the size of the aircraft, the number of seats on that aircraft. And that's something that we go through with Part 139 certification annually. We staffed to a level B.
Okay.
For internal reasons, why we want.
Maybe
so
that's
some
the
of that.
confusion there.
That may be what you're.
And so when we introduced this thing, when we introduced ourselves to you, Bill, and vice versa, were we talking in terms of staffing to level A or level B?
We were talking to staff to the index requirement at this point.
Okay.
But simply put, the discussions have only been on a cursory general level.
Okay.
As Bill has intimated in his responses to several of the questions, there's a lot more nitty gritty here that we have to get into.
Sure.
If we choose to go that way.
Sure.
And then some of those are decisions that will rise to the board's level as well.
Okay.
As we look at the RFP package. So we'll have that internal discussion without the benefit of ProTech being at the table to determine what we want.
Thank you for clarifying that. Bill, would anything significant like you've said in your book, you're not giving us a proposal, but describing services you offer, would anything significantly change if you understood your staffing level requirement was B versus an A?
No, nothing significant would change. Again, if you go back to the presentation, you can see that we provide services at Index B airports as well as A. So we're just as comfortable operating in either one of those two environments. The only thing that would change is the staffing requirement, and that's generally it. So we're happy to, as was mentioned, provide whatever service is required as part of the contract.
Okay, thank you for that. And I had a few questions that are kind of at random as I went through the slide you gave us. So I had a question on mutual aid, but you answered that. Given that I'm an aviator and I fly jet aircraft in here occasionally, and I fly in here a lot for power aircraft, and we have lots of variety of commercial, airline aircraft, different aircraft come in here. The ability for a firefighter, an engineer, to safely extract me from my airplane, or to fight a wheel fire or something like that appropriately without drowning me in foam. That's important, and that comes with some degree of experience. And what is your criteria for hiring engineers, the guys that are actually going to be helping me out of the cockpit or dousing my airplane? What's your hiring criteria?
Our hiring criteria, quite simply, is based on the airport's hiring criteria. So again, as part of every contract, oftentimes the airport, as a typical standard, will follow the FAA requirement relative to certification and training. And then on top of that, they will list out what their desire is for experience, any additional training opportunities, any additional certifications that they require. So we take that information and utilize that to go through our hiring process. We do not keep a cadre of, I would say, backup people just sitting in the wings, ready to go at a moment's notice. All of our current employees are either full-time, or part-time employees, and they are trained and certified to the standards that were established by the airport and or by the client that we have a contract with. So again, I'm believe me, I'm trying not to be vague. The bottom line is that whatever the airport requirement is, that's at a minimum what we will follow. If we believe that there are items that are missing in terms of years of experience, for example, with either officers or fire chiefs, we will then make recommendations to the airport to say, we believe the fire chief should have a minimum of 10 years of experience, for example, not 5 years, and we'll go through it from that perspective. Typically speaking, our contracts have that information included in them as part of the statement of work. The fire chief will have the following training and qualifications and experience. The officer will have the following. The firefighters will have the following.
So just because this experience level is important to me as one board member, the extent to which you recruit, do you require that the people that you recruit, even to meet our requirements that you have any prior experience as a firefighter or any experience as working at an airport? Do you require that when you're recruiting?
Do we require it? No. We certainly do look for that. But again, it is dependent on the airport. And most of the time, I shouldn't say most of the time, all of the time, when we interview and look at candidates, which Dan has done many times and is doing currently, excuse me, one of the things that we initially look at is what is their experience as an aircraft rescue firefighter? Do they have any? We always want to bring those people in first and make sure that they do have that experience. And I see Dan actually looks like you might have your mic on now, so you might be able to jump in on this as well. Go ahead, Dan.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, we can. Welcome aboard.
Oh, great. Well, that's a great question. And normally all of our personnel throughout the company have are certified as a airport firefighter, and there's multiple different certification levels that are available. In California, for example, we just recently hired a lot of our staffing for Mojave, and most of the people that we interviewed, all of those people had multiple years of aircraft firefighting experience. A lot of them are working either for NASA or LAX, San Diego. And so we really haven't had difficulty finding those people, but that's who we hire. We hire people who are certified. Most airports want competent people. We also hire at a minimum level EMTs because, hand in hand with being a airport firefighter is providing, rescue and competent emergency medical training as well. So, but we're not having a problem right now. I'm hiring right now for a position in Texas, and I've got multiple applications and many years of experience for those people. A lot of those people have previous military experience, and they know our company, and we hire a lot of those people off those hire lists.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And one of the things that wasn't real clear to me in the slide presentation was the extent to which you provide as part of your standard package, I guess, emergency medical services. If we have an issue in the terminal at Madison or something like that, how do you deal with that from a medical standpoint?
So as Dan mentioned, we do our best to hire folks that are at a minimum emergency medical technicians. The FAA requirement, and Dan will correct me if I'm wrong, is not for EMTs, but at least emergency medical responders for all aircraft rescue firefighters. That said, we try to go above and beyond the standard just as a company by practice. Again, and I'm trying not to, I'm not trying to be vague or anything. It again is dependent on the contract that we have with the airport and the services that we are to provide. So for example, if Monterey determines that we are going to be the ones that are responsible for providing emergency medical services inside the terminal, what that means is that at a minimum is 2 people. You have to have 2 people on emergency medical response. Those 2 people now come off of the airport line, and the airport director and or manager is going to have to make a decision as to whether or not we continue to maintain index, or we close down the operation, or we bring in an outside service through mutual aid to address that issue. So again, it's all dependent on those services required by the airport. We have locations where we provide paramedics, and the paramedics operate not only inside the fence line, but also in the terminal. We have airports which we have emergency medical technicians. We have other airports where, even though our staff are trained as emergency medical responders, they do not respond to EMS calls because, again, their primary responsibility and or focus is the maintaining of index and or category at the airport that they serve. So it's you know, I'd love to be able to say I have a definitive answer, but again, it depends. Whatever the contract requirement is, we will meet that.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And then do you consider in your hiring of particularly firefighters structure experience? We have structures on our property here that we have typically by the fire protection board, and of course we have a term. And so, do your firefighters, your engineers, have structure experience?
Yes, and again, the FAA requirement is that aircraft rescue firefighters also are certified as structural firefighters. So at a minimum, they have to be, Dan, I believe, a firefighter 1.
If they have to be a firefighter 2, actually, before they become an aircraft firefighter. So all of the firefighters that we hire, they start as structural firefighters. So the more experienced structural firefighters then reach their aircraft firefighting experience. So you have to be a firefighter 2 first before you can get your aircraft firefighting experience and an EMT. So.
Okay.
Yeah, and the bottom line is that we don't bring in somebody that has no experience and train them up to be a firefighter 2 and then train them up to be an aircraft rescue firefighter. We are generally searching for people that already have at least the firefighter 2 experience with structural background, and we can train them up to be an aircraft rescue firefighter. But our priority is finding those individuals that have what I'll call the total package. They are experienced aircraft rescue firefighters as soon as they walk in the door. As a side note, I am also a general aviation pilot. I don't do jets at this point, but I can certainly tell you that I have full confidence flying into any one of our airports that we currently manage relative to my safety as a pilot.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. It leaves a lot to a discussion. In fact, you respond to an RFP. There's a lot of variables in the discussion. That's kind of what I get out of what you've said here. A lot of decision making that we have to make as the airport about what we ask you to do.
Yes, and as Mr. Lapierre mentioned, it's a matter of determining what the scope of work is. Once the airport and the board of directors have determined what exactly is the scope of work, we can then put together an RFP that would meet that. And again, we have, through the 50 years of experience, we've done it just about every different way that it can be done in terms of the services that we provide.
And then I only have two more. And we have a lot of hangars, as most airports do, and we have structures here. I think we've relied a lot on the fire marshal, that title, the fire marshal to do inspections, bring things to the attention of airport management as to efficiencies or compliance with our rules and regulations. Would you do that as part of your standard services, separate apart from fighting aircraft fire?
Yes, one of our value-added services is building inspections, regardless of whether it's the terminal or the hangars. We can absolutely provide inspections. We ensure that our staff are trained and experienced in providing those inspections. They document all of that information, and we do that regularly and currently at many of our sites today.
Okay, and then finally, we've had some incidents here where some of our fire vehicles didn't get proper maintenance. Okay, now I understand what you said, that you would report there's a big puddle of oil on the ground here underneath the fire truck. Hey, Mr. Lapierre, what do you want us to do about it? What kind of things do you do in periodic maintenance with your people in the firehouse there? So what does the chief do? Do you put oil in the engine, or do you have to call the airport and say, I have somebody come out here and put oil in the fire trucks? How does that work?
Our staff are trained to provide what we would call basic vehicle maintenance. So to your point, all fluids, all fluid levels, whether that is antifreeze, oil, windshield wiper fluid, and certainly the water carried on board, foam, dry chem, etc. They are trained to, number one, check that, and number two, be able to replenish that. However, when it goes to the next step, for example, an oil change, that is generally not a service that we would provide. We can contract that out if that's required by the airport. Again, that would just be part of our contract with the airport. We would provide that service, and the cost essentially would be a pass through to the airport itself. So the regular daily checks are nothing more than what we would call preventative maintenance checks. And again, they do the fluid checks. If they discover that the oil is low, they generally keep some oil on hand. They're able to fill that oil. But if the vehicle needs, some sort of maintenance where it's going to have to be taken out of service for a certain amount of time, oil changes are a great example of that. We generally do not do that type of service.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Bill, thank you. Terrific presentation, well thought out. Happy to have the presentation in advance, by the way, very helpful, as Director Sabo said. Most of my colleagues have answered asked most of my questions. I do have one, and that is under your FAR Part 139 training, you mentioned airport condition reporting. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, absolutely. And it may not be as applicable in your location because of your weather patterns. But in many of our locations, we have adverse conditions, snowfall, for example. And so we have a requirement where, because we're there 24/7, we can report those conditions to the air traffic control tower, and they can then either notify maintenance to do something about it and or notify pilots incoming and outgoing. So certainly even there, when there's significant rainfall or something to that effect, if we're responsible for doing the inspections, the perimeter checks, the foreign object debris checks, we're going to see something pretty evident, whether it is a damaged piece of runway or, again, the actual conditions of the runway are not suitable. We'll be reporting that to the appropriate individuals on site.
Very good, thank you. Before we let you go, is there any member of the public that would like to comment on this item? Seeing none, gentlemen, thank you very much for the presentation. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity. We hope you guys have a great day and the rest of your week. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to item 2, which is approve third amendment to the parking operations agreement for operation at the Monterey Regional Airport. Executive Director, would you like to start this off?
I would, thank you. Our contract with Reef Parking, which was also Republic Parking, expires at the end of this month. And they have requested an extension of that contract per the contract agreement itself. We've determined that there is an outstanding capital balance of about $90,000 that if we don't extend, we would be responsible for paying. That's the product of a 2014 amendment that previous board authorized. That was a 5-year extension, but a 10-year amortization of the $300,000 that at that point Republic put into the infrastructure. That agreement, that amortization schedule ends in 3 years. What we've negotiated with Republic Parking / Reef Parking is a 3-year extension of the existing agreement with some modifications, particularly as it relates to the amount of revenue that's generated or that's remitted to the airport at the 2 upper tiers. Revenues are split into tiers, and those tiers, based on values, are assigned a percentage that inures to the airport. There are the upper 2 tiers, 4 and 5, would be adjusted in this agreement upward to give the airport additional revenue. That revenue would look like somewhere between $14,000 to $21,000, depending on volume. So there's a slight move north in the amount of revenues that we would see over that 3-year period from where we are currently. It is a 3-year agreement, which then gives you, the board, the opportunity to decide what you want to do with your parking concession revenue or parking concession operations at that point. The nice part about the 3-year agreement is in about 3 years, you're going to be looking at what you want to do with parking structures or parking facilities around a new terminal building, if everything goes well. It gives you that complete flexibility at the 3-year mark to be able to decide what you want to do. So it gives full control to the airport and the board to decide where you want to go with parking in the future. There are a number of ways that you can handle parking, and we can evaluate those as we get closer to the end of the 3-year term. But this agreement extensively extends the existing agreement with small modifications, as I outlined, for a 3-year period, at which point the capital improvements that Republic put into the parking concession will be fully amortized. You will own them completely. And you will then have the ability to do what you would like in parking around the new terminal. There are some other additional investments that Republic or Reef will put into the enterprise that will not be amortized over the length of the 3-year term. This is simply at their cost. And that would be converting the readers from a magnetic strip reader, which we currently have, to a barcode reader at every pay station. That's much more reliable. It also gives Republic the opportunity to better track those and to allow for all of us, including the airport offices, that have the ability to validate parking, to do so online rather than through a magnetic strip device, which we have today, which is expensive and getting more unreliable every day. They would also have the ability to connect us to their 24-hour call center, which means when a customer drives up to the parking pay station, they have a problem, they press a communications button, and they're connected immediately to a 24-hour call station that is remote from this airport. Most of the time, the issues that are experienced at the parking pay station are ones that can be resolved remotely through the device, not physically through personal presence. Should we get to the point where it just can't be resolved remotely, then one of our team would have to respond, either us or our police officers after hours. Right now, what happens is someone has to respond personally to the pay station. So this is an improvement in customer service. It improves the efficiency of the operation as well. It does give us the ability, or give Republic the ability, to begin a process of offering the opportunity to pay in advance over mobile applications, and also to reserve a parking space. I only hope we get to the point where reserving a parking space becomes a premium here, but we will have that opportunity. And the industry is trending that way, where much more of the parking concessions are done online, remotely, through an application or through a website. And this Republic's investment over the next 3 years, $50,000, will move us strongly in that direction. So the recommendation from staff is that you extend the contract with Reef Parking for a 3-year period, as I just outlined.
Okay, before we bring this back to the board, I'd like to offer the public a chance to make comment on it. Does anyone from the public like to make comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, we're going to go to the board. Director Sable.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm used to raising my hand. Thanks for that little overview.
Sure.
Couple of questions. One, I think in open session previously, I inquired as to what was the deal on the investment that we made, in our previous agreement, and I was informed, all of us were informed that was done with, but I guess upon further review, we discovered that we still have an amortization period.
That's correct. From our analysis internally in staff, we did not find the capital investment agreement that was enacted in 2014. We did not find the schedule that went with that. So we were following the extension schedule per date, and then we did not find capital improvements agreement that was
But Bob
alluded
did.
to it. Bob did when we started the negotiations.
All right.
He was
just
very
wanted
good at telling
to
us.
make sure that I hadn't
Yeah.
totally lost my mind.
Nope, no, you did not.
So,
We did not. That was something that we
so
unfortunately
is
discovered.
it clear that it's going to cost, if we were to not redo, it's going to cost us $50,000?
It cost us $90,000.
$90,000. Wonderful.
Yeah.
But we're real clear that if we do the 3-year extension, that at the end of 3 years, or at the end of 2 years, we don't have any amortization responsibility.
The amortization schedule that is in existence from 2014 expires in 3 years.
Yeah.
If you choose to
On the new
extend
stuff,
the new stuff, there is no amortization schedule,
but we still own it at the end.
but we still own it at the end.
Okay. All right. This is going to sound real dumb, but I noticed there was no reference in the extension agreement to monthly guarantee. Could somebody define really what monthly guarantee is? And the monthly guarantee that I see in our agreements here go all the way back to 2004, I think, and that was something like $7,250 a month.
Yeah.
Is that right? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the minimum guarantee. So they
They owe us that. They don't
at a
give
minimum.
us.
Correct. Yeah. Normally under normal operating conditions, we do not, we far exceed, they far exceed that $7,250 number in what they remit to us.
It's what they remit to us.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah. We, even during this pandemic thing, have we been exceeding that minimum guarantee? I know
Yeah,
we
sure.
kind of abated that,
We
but,
did. We abated the minimum guarantee.
but the dollars that we were
Abated.
getting, did that exceed?
There was a period there where it did not,
Okay.
but that was also the period when we saw our passenger traffic drop to 5% level, or we lost 95% of our passenger traffic. So they did not exceed the minimums at that point. They are now, and they have been for a while.
Since the last time we established the minimum guarantee was, I think, 2004, appropriate to consider raising the minimum guarantee for inflation and additional operating costs and stuff like that.
Because, Director, that certainly is something that if we were reopening the entirety of the lease or the agreement, we could have that conversation. I'm not sure that it's fully effective to have that at this point, because quite frankly, with the exception of that period of unusual operations during the pandemic, they've never come close to being at below minimum guarantee. So I don't want to give you the impression that the minimum guarantee is meaningless, because it isn't. But I also want you to go away understanding that they far exceed anything that we would reasonably be able to consider a minimum guarantee on a very regular basis. So I don't think that's effective. I
Well,
don't think
you
it's
know,
effective.
I fully agree with what you just said, except that nobody predicted this black swan of epidemic. Number two, we don't know if an air carrier is going to walk away and take 35% of our traffic. You know, and in order to maintain their franchise here, that's what the minimum guarantee is for. So that's why I raised the question. It probably won't be activated if we raise it, but I think it's probably prudent to examine that. But not critical at this point for the reasons you identified. There was a point at which we were discussing casual alternatives, like bring it in-house. Whatever happened to that alternative or other alternatives? Do we have any alternatives other than what Bob wants to do?
We do. We had the idea of that exercise was when we were of the belief that you owned all of the equipment outright at the end of this month, we began the exercise of evaluating those alternatives. We hit full stop as soon as we found out there was an amortization schedule.
Called up and said, hate to tell you this. But
Yeah, I hate to tell you this, but upon further review, here's this document that we didn't get.
Given even though we would open 90,000 buildings, is there any other alternative, even another apartment thing that the district could save money by changing horses?
Yes, we could agree to pay $90,000, not extend their contract, take that internally, go out to RFP, do whatever we would choose to do at that point. But there's that $90,000 hurdle that we have to jump to be able to have that opportunity.
Because you have been approached, which had suggested that the benefit to the airport of a change by another firm would yield significantly more benefit than we are currently receiving from REIT. I don't have a problem with
Sure, I
I'm just
understand.
talking about dollars.
Yeah, no, I have not been approached by any other operator that has interest in this. I will tell you, Reef is by far the largest parking concession operator in the industry.
That's what Bob says.
Yeah, I know he does. And they're very good. We're not displeased, and I just want to be on the record here, we're not displeased at all with the performance of Reef. I think the exploration into alternatives was really driven by exactly what you were getting to, which was, are there new revenue opportunities for the airport going forward? Clearly, you've seen the financial analysis for the master plan and the idea that we're going to need new revenues here. And we certainly want to analyze every opportunity. And we felt this was one that may well bear some good fruit for us. We'd probably be having a different conversation at this point if it weren't for that 2014 amortization study.
Okay. And just one final question, it's an easy one. In the existing agreement going all the way back to 2004, every whoever is our provider is responsible for dealing with customer complaints. And I think there's 7.11, they're supposed to give us reports. Have you ever gotten a report from
We get them on a rare occasion. The number of complaints that they get are very little. So on rare occasions, we'll get the one-off report of a complaint of a customer that will complain, but we don't see them regularly.
do you have a sense that they deal with customer complaints, or do they just hand them over to you, say, not my problem?
No, they've been pretty good about dealing with those. If you've met Chuck, you know Chuck deals pretty well with.
Yeah, I was a joke. I just read the report that, somebody was kind of striking out their burden of cash only. And, that's a customer complaining. I have money.
Yep.
Nobody to pay it.
Yeah, typically those will happen after hours, and that's when our police respond. And one of the benefits, if the board decides to extend the agreement, one of the benefits of that remote system is we'll no longer have to have the police go out and clear the incident, which means raising the bar and saying drive away without pay. That's how they currently are clearing an after hours incident. They don't have any other vehicle to clear that. Remotely, they'll be able to address most of those concerns.
Oh, good.
So it should in fact generate a modicum of revenue increase.
Okay, thank you.
Director Leffel.
Thank you. And I'm going to make it really clear on my time on the board. I think that the company, which is now Reef, has been a really good partner for us, and their employee appears to be very loyal to his employer and very diligent in what he does. And I think we need to recognize that. So I had a question: how pushing a button and talking to somebody in Nebraska is going to collect your cash when they're sitting at a gate here? How is that going to work? You said they can solve that, but if somebody's only got cash and they're sitting there, doesn't somebody still have to go out and collect it?
Yeah, most of the time when there's a problem with remittance, it is not a technological problem, it's a functional problem. So the person is putting the cash in the wrong way, or putting the card in the wrong way, or using the wrong slot. So remotely, it's mostly a coaching issue, where you coach someone how to do something different from what they're doing, and then the system responds. If it in fact is a problem that can't be resolved remotely, then someone still has to respond, and that would be one of our people.
So I think I read that they have, I did read, under the schedule, it says they will be implemented over a 3-year extension period. So these things that they are saying they're going to do, they've got 3 years to do them?
Correct. Yeah, they'll have to do all of those within the 3-year extension period. Most of those will be done sooner because it's to their benefit and ours as well.
Okay, well, that's what I was wondering, if in your discussions with them, if most of them will be front-ended, because particularly, I'm just thinking me, if I've got a contract with you you and I want to take advantage of my own cost savings on my contract with you, I think I'd want to do them sooner rather than later. So I didn't understand why we would even be talking about it beyond 3 years.
Sure.
And then the other thing was just timing. So if everything went well, so you're thinking that 3 years is the perfect time, Mike, that we would then start having discussions about what we're going to do with parking adjacent to the new terminal?
I think it's reasonable to assume that in 3 years, you're going to be having to design a facility, which gives you then the opportunity to decide whether you want to continue with it for a while longer, permanently, go out to RFP, take it under your own wing. It gives you that opportunity at the 3-year period. And I think it's good that you have that during design, that you have the ability to make some of those informed decisions moving forward as you're looking at how the layout will be and how it will affect your customers and how it will affect the relationship with the terminal building. I think that's a good time for you to have that ability.
And I see that because I see that if things worked out well, we might end up into a P3 with the parking.
Potentially. Mhm. Yeah,
Okay.
potentially.
Those are my thoughts on it.
Director Miller?
Thank you for the presentation. The lease committee, Chair Cursor and myself, spent a lot of time going over this. The 3 years we agreed was the best solution. It gets us through our amortization and gives us time to plan if we're going to make a move. And also, this is a very tough time for the industry. Parking revenues are not fully recovered. So we thought this offered a great opportunity without having a lot of additional outlay costs on our part. Going to a scan reader will be very beneficial to happen. I know Director Lapierre told us we lost a pay station because someone crammed their credit card into the magnetic reader and just took the unit down. So having a voice to talk to you through it might be very helpful for some people here in our community. But just eliminating that as a possibility. Technology is constantly changing and improving, and usually happens after things are put into practice and they realize how things can go wrong and they correct that. So the upgrade will be a nice addition. So the lease committee recommends unanimously that we do this extension. And I would like to echo what the other two directors said. I've been very pleased with Republic and Al Reef's partnership here at the airport. So this gives us 3 years to contemplate our future going forward. That's all I have.
Director Sonny?
I appreciate the staff report, and I think I have a question for Mr. Lapierre. There was a question asked earlier about the technology, and is it possible to have that done within like 180 days or within 365 within the first year, the updates to the technology?
I can't answer that because that's not a discussion that we had, but I think that it's reasonable to assume that should you choose to extend, the rate will move pretty quickly on those upgrades.
Okay. I appreciate that, we think they would move forward quickly and things of that nature, but it'd be nice to have it in the contract too and to have it reflected. So if you've not had those conversations, but that would be the only thing that I see. I think that would benefit the community. I think, being able to reserve parking spaces remotely and on the phone, things of that nature is definitely positive for the community as a whole. So that's my only thought overall. It would be great to have that investment, locked and loaded early on in the contract.
We can work. I'm sure they'll be amenable to working on it.
Wonderful. All right, that's it. Thank you, Chair.
So an old mentor of mine used to say, we make our best decisions based on what's in our own self-interest. And I really believe that the improvements are in the best interest of Bob to get them done as soon as possible. I would be surprised if there was an issue with that, because if they need them, they're going to be operating for 3 years. So I think that is not going to be a problem. Director might not be wrong if he just nonchalantly went through that conversation with them, and I'm sure that's not going to be a problem. That being said, I would ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I have a follow-up.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's all right. This is on the business of the improvements. If this is a Scott question, I think, if in fact they didn't make any improvements in the 3 years, 36 months, are they obligated to us financially?
Yes.
They have to do it.
They're obligated to put those improvements in. And let me take the flip side of that question. It only benefits them to do them sooner rather than later, because if they do them at the last minute, you're going to get brand new technology right before the contract expires, and you will own it.
I'm aware.
And yeah, and so
And I just want to know if they have any legal obligation to pay us money if in fact they decided, well.
they do.
Okay.
They do. The contract requires it, and now what I will tell you, there is as you see the end of the first, at the end of the first clause there in paragraph number 4, I've got my glass in my hand while I'm squinting. There is an approximate amount there.
Yeah.
So if they were to not do that, you would have a very, I would say, a very good claim for that amount, for the amount of $50,000.
Okay. And so the expense, this is a contract. Contract's a contract. And so given that, one, I've heard a lot of suggestions that this is very much to their benefit, and the airport gets some benefit out of all this, why don't we amend the contract to say within 1 year, all of this will be complete, all of these improvements will be completed? Why not do that? Because that seems to be an incentive for us to do the 3 years. If we don't pay them off for their original 10-year amortization, they're going to charge us $90,000. Why can't we give them some consideration of having it within 1 year period or less?
Look, the board is free to do what the board would like to do on that. The only question I heard in that regard was, because that conversation hasn't been had, I don't know if a 1 year time frame is sufficient. I would suspect it is. So if you, again, it's up to the pleasure of the board if you'd like to do that. There's a saying you probably heard me say before. As staff, we can shop a deal, we can't make a deal. We only get to shop a deal, and then we present it to the board for approval. You all are the ones that make the deal. So if you want some timeline in there, we can, that
We can, yeah.
it's the pleasure of the board.
Well, I will propose that amendment. I just don't know whether it's doable, in other words, if we pass a contract or that amendment and they say, well, absolutely can't do it, are we in a bind?
Director Sabo, before you make that motion, can we get Director Leffel has some more comment?
Sure.
Thank you.
So they have one employee here. Can we know, that employee has verbally told at least one of us that he has given his notice for February of 2022. He will retire. So I'm just surmising here that may be part of what's driving this technology, because it would pretty much have to be in place, or they're going to have to make some staffing changes. Just going to say though, like he caught us on $90,000 that we didn't know was buried in a paragraph. I don't see anything in here that said there's a $50,000 owed if they don't pay. I don't see that written in here.
No, it's not written in there. What would happen is they would be in default under the contract if they don't do it. We've already put a value on those improvements at $50,000 at the end of in paragraph 4.
Oh, I get that,
So-
but then we have to sue and we have to go to court and we have to do blah. I'm just thinking, since they had it in theirs and we went, oh yeah, there's 90,000. Maybe we just should put that if the improvements are not made, there is a $50,000 owing at the end of the contract, so that for some reason, let's just say everybody had another wave of some variant of COVID and nobody's parking anywhere, and they're like, we're not putting $50,000 in there, then we've got nothing at 3 years from now. So
I can draft that in just a few moments.
I kind of think to Tad, we saw how, where's he from? We saw how Tennessee people do it. Maybe we ought to do what Tennessee people do. I would feel better about it if we just put a clause in there that we want the 50,000 in cash if we don't see the improvements. And I do believe what everybody said. It would be silly to wait till 35 months from now and then put $50,000 in improvements in. So I'm guessing they have a lot of this already in other airports.
Yep.
And so it's just a matter of integrating our airport into it, like 24-hour service and the new upgrade to the scanner and whatnot. So I'm good with it. If we could have a line in there that there might be a penalty to it. So I would, do you want an emotion now, or you want to bring it back after?
So to be fair, Director Sable was, I believe, ready to make a motion. Is that correct, Bill?
Yes, I was ready to make a motion to amend.
Okay, so why don't we start there?
Okay. I move that the contract be amended to include a specific amount that the REIT is responsible for by the completion of the contract. In the event that they do not perform the improvements that the airport has done, that has a claim against them. I'm not saying this very well, but you understand what I'm saying there, Scott?
Let me rephrase it to make sure I understand.
Please do.
In the event that upon contract termination, upon contract expiration, if Republic has not made these improvements, then they will owe the airport $50,000.
Yes.
Which is essentially what Director Leffel is.
Yeah, I'm building.
Yeah.
Two things. And then the second, that the improvements that are proposed in the contract, are they in the contract?
Yes.
They're in the amendment, yes.
They're in the contract.
Yes, they're spelled out.
Okay, that they be completed within a period of 12 months. Or then there's a penalty.
Well, the two are sort of inconsistent.
Why?
Because if they're not done at the end of 3 years, if you have the clause says if they're not done by 12 months, then they're in default. And we could simply cancel the contract and say they're in default, we're canceling the contract, we wouldn't owe them, we would then follow the default procedures that are in the contract to terminate the contract. If we insert a clause that says, if at the end of the contract, those improvements aren't done, the public owes $50,000 to the airport, those two things really can't coexist. They can't be in default at the end of year one under your amendment, and then we sit back and wait for the end of 3 years to collect the $50,000 check. You'd want to pick one or the other.
All right, let me amend my amendment, and that is to say that if the improvement's not made within a 12-month period, they owe us $50,000. Nothing but at the end of the contract. I'll delete that, because that kind of fixes the problem from my wording standpoint.
I don't know that it solves the problem, to tell you the truth, because if I'm them, I would say, well, just follow the default procedures, give me a notice, and we'll have so much time to correct the notice. Here's the other issue that I see. Some of these are technological issues that may not be able. I'm not saying they are or not. That's not my wheelhouse. I don't know if these things are able to be done in a 12-month period. They may be able to, I don't know that. It's not what I do for a living. So, you know,
I'm not crafted at being able to develop a proper language here, but my intent here is to have the airport benefit from these improvements within a reasonable period of time, and that's a maximum of 1 year, in my opinion. The second thing is I don't want them to walk away from not installing these improvements at the end of the contract and be scot-free. I look to you or executive director here to suggest alternative wordings to modify that amendment.
Yeah, I think I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for a 1 year plan of action.
Yeah.
I think the disconnect there is if they don't, they're in default already. Which then means you've got action, punitive action to take the contract away from them or to take them to court to get them to resolve. So I'm not sure.
Hold it from their drag that they permit to the airport.
Yeah, I think given the history of, and this is just history sometimes can predict future. I don't think we're going to have that problem with Reef because they've been here since 1970 and we haven't had any trouble. So I think it's almost a belt and suspenders that you're asking for. You know, my suggestion would be that you ask them to develop a plan of action within the first year of the extension. That has to be invested by them.
Can I make a suggestion? We have a motion. Can we repeat the motion the way Director Sabo would like to see it and see if there's a second for the motion?
sure.
Okay, I'll repeat the motion then, that the contract as the draft contract is proposed include a requirement that the improvements, capital improvements be implemented and completed within a period of 12 months. And at the end of the agreement, that in the event that the capital improvements are not implemented to our satisfaction, then there is a $50,000. I recognize that there's some inconsistency here, but I don't want to tie up the board trying to bring legal language.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second to the motion?
Let's see. Shall we go wait? 50, you want 12 months for action on the infrastructure upgrades
Right.
and a $50,000 penalty if that is not complete.
Right.
Could I make a friendly amendment?
So first of all, we don't have a second for this motion. So.
So I'll
before we-
second it for conversation, for discussion.
Okay, we now have a second for the motion. Can we have discussion, please?
I think the penalty is high. I'm wondering if, Scott, maybe you could advise us. Could we do $20,000 if they do not make the improvements? Or they are saying they're gonna make $50,000 improvements within the 3-year contract. I do really like that we have them and have it in the contract, they do it within 12 months, the first 12 months of the contract.
I wouldn't put a smaller number on it because then they could simply say, you know what, why would we make $50,000 of improvements? Leave it as is, I'll write you a check for 20.
That's very fair. So if we do, so the $50,000 penalty, if they don't make the improvements, and you could still sue with default if you need to. I mean, we don't want to go down that path. And I understand they've been with our airport for a long time, but I think it does make sense to just request that they make the improvements within the year. And just from my technology perspective, I have a hard time believing they wouldn't be able to do that.
And I don't think that's unreasonable.
Okay.
it's the penalty that's a little confusing there. If they don't complete in 1 year, then you would have grounds for technical default, which then means you claim back the contract, take them to court, whatever those actions will be.
Yeah, from a practical standpoint, let me just outline this. From a practical standpoint, if you put a deadline of 12 months in, the $50,000 penalty is really, they're not going to just come up and say, okay, here, we'll write you a check for $50,000. You're going to have to declare them in default. You're going to end up suing them anyway. One way or another, they're either going to do it or you're going to end up in litigation, one way or another. So if you have just the 12 months, that's, again, in my mind, that's sufficient, because if they don't do it, you're going to end up in the same place. You're just arguing about details now. What's the value of those details? Well, we already have a value established that they were valued at $50,000. They didn't do it. So if you get there, you're already going to declare them in default, and so I don't see that gives you any extra benefit.
Okay, we're still under discussion. Director Lovell.
So, A, I don't like this. B, if that 12 months, they've done, how many bullets are there? If they've done 30% of them or 40%, then we're at the point like, then we're gonna argue about, well, that costs this and this costs that, and this takes another week or whatever. So I don't like the 1 year on it at all. I believe they're good business people. They've proven to be pretty good business people. And I think that back to the logical common sense that we said, why would they put $50,000 worth of equipment in on the 34th or 35th month of a contract and not get the benefit of it? My guess is they're partly driven by the changing in staffing, partly because they're going to reduce their costs a lot if they've got more electronics. And I don't know if any of this is going to require us to upgrade any electrical or anything also that we have. So there may be some responsibility buried in here as we partner on this for electronics. I don't know, but I think if we just say at the end of the 3 years, if you have not completed all of these items, you owe us $50,000. I think that gives me the confidence that it will all get done, and that's it. So if we start putting all these little if in things on it,
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my motion for that.
Sorry?
I withdraw my motion for that.
The motion is withdrawn. Thank you, Director.
just a second.
Director Miller, did you want to still make a comment or no?
Just very quickly, I can see that they want to give themselves some wiggle room just in case it's for conditions beyond their control. I don't see any reason to be too adversarial with them. So I trust that they want to do this sooner rather than later in the conversation that you have. Otherwise, I mean, we're going back and forth. You have to come back with another contract to us.
I do not think what Director Lovell just outlined will be problematic at all. For the very reason you just said, they're going to want the benefit of those improvements pretty quickly, so they get more.
So I believe we're going to get a motion to include that.
So may I make a motion?
Please.
So just the wording, I might need a little help on, but it's basically if REEF does not complete the items under item 4, all items, by June 30th, 2024, the airport district is owed $50,000.
June 30th, 2024.
That's the
That's
end
the
of,
right date.
that's the termination of the contract. So that goes to the end of the contract.
Okay, we now have a new motion. Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
Is there any discussion on the new motion? Director Sonny?
This isn't just about this contract. In some ways, I think we need to just cross our T's and dot our I's a bit more with our contracts. And I really don't see the reason why they couldn't invest within the first year. And I think it would be positive for the public and for this airport to have those investments done. So, that's.
So noted. Director Miller?
No, it's ready to go. Director Level?
No.
Director Sabo?
Yes.
I oppose this.
Well, we haven't voted.
What?
No, go ahead.
I just want to, on the motion, it was significant, apparently, it's an incentive for us, in added value to the airport to do this. If we, our only intent is to penalize them at the end of the contract, and we still don't have the improvements that were discussed, even though we think it's to their benefit, if we don't, our only remedy is penalizing at the end of the contract. We have not received any of the benefit that was our incentive to go ahead and do this 3-year extension. And I don't think that we should be entering the contract simply because we think maybe if we like these guys, they probably would. I think we ought to be very clear. We want 12 months or we want 9 months or we want 18 months to have it implemented. If they can't do it, then if they won't do it, don't do it. It was not very good to do it in the first place. So that's my opinion. I will vote against the.
Could I make a
Of
friendly
course.
motion could we also add that they do the bulleted items in 12 months? As part of the contract? That would be my amendment.
So this is,
Friendly amendment
Director
to-
Level, this is your motion.
I'm reading this, I'm reading the amendment for a second.
Can I ask the executive director a question?
Sure.
They brought up the 50,000, we did, correct?
That was in their proposal, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is something that they have thought about. It's not that we've asked them to do that. They have a plan.
That's correct.
I would assume this plan is for a very quick implementation. I think a phone call, rather than making this more adversarial, would probably give us the answer more than us
I am
deliberating.
happy if you want to take a 5-minute break. I'm happy.
It's actually, we were going to take a 5-minute break after this item, but it seems like we better take a 5-minute break.
We adjourn for 5 minutes to have a bio break.
Yeah.
Let's
Break.
adjourn for 5 minutes. Thank you.
You can tell I was watching too much.
I was thinking the term comfort break. Okay.
Okay, we're back in session. Executive Director Lapierre, would you please share with the board and the public your conversation with
Sure.
the parking folks?
Absolutely. I talked with Bob Reinhardt, who is the senior director of Republic Parking. He's in charge of these negotiations on their behalf. He indicated to me that he is absolutely fine if the board chooses to put a 1-year time frame on the capital improvements requirement. So within a year, he would commit to doing the $50,000 addition, the capital improvements addition that he's articulated in his.
Whichever improvements, dollar figure, whatever improvements he indicated.
That's correct. Yeah. Should you then, if he does not, by contract, then you have the ability to declare him in default. Because it is part of the contract, it's part of the amendment, which becomes part of the contract. If at the end of 3 years, the end of the term, he still hasn't performed, you would be able to collect $50,000 or whatever the balance is. Okay. I think we've accomplished what I understood from the board and what Director Level has
So
said.
incorporating the friendly amendment, it would be, if we does not complete the items under item 4 by June 30th, 2022,
If I could,
or they
it
are,
would be, it would actually be easier to just add in paragraph 4. So it would read, it'd be easier to add in just a small phrase, so it would read, in addition to the previously required capital improvements, operators shall make the following capital improvements and or investments, and here's the addition, within 12 months of the effective date of this third amendment. Comma, and then we go back to what was there, in an amount of approximately $50,000. So the phrase that we would, that we can add, and I've already wrote it in here, assuming it's the pleasure of the board, is add in the phrase within 12 months of the effective date of this third amendment.
You could use the word approximately, is that going to be? That is something-
Approximate is the amount of the improvement. The short answer is yeah, that when you're talking
it's in
about,
here already, approximately.
that when you're talking about specific improvements, it may be $50,000 today. If they do it a month from now, it might, well, technology, usually the price goes down. So it may be $42,000 in a couple months, but
I'm tracking with you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so is that your motion?
Yes.
All right, we now have a motion. Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
Very good. Do we have any further discussion on the motion?
I just want to thank everyone for compromising and ultimately coming up with a solution, and Executive Director Buckier for making the phone call as well. Thank you.
Very good. Amanda, roll call, please.
Director Sonny,
Yes.
Director Level,
Yes.
Director Zaba,
Yes.
Director Miller,
Yes.
Chair Kurtzfield.
Yes. Thank you. So before we go on to item 3, I see that we have in the public, is Matt Wright still up there?
Yes.
Matt, can you unmute Matt? And Matt, can you just give us an update on how the remodel is going at the Jet Center?
Do you have to do something?
Yeah, you have to unmute.
I can't unmute him, I asked him to unmute.
Now he has to unmute himself. Matt, you need to unmute yourself.
There. Could be gone.
he may be on a couple of breaks.
He may be, yeah. What do you call that, a bio break?
Is he gone?
Or he's laughing at us.
I think that I just had a personal meeting yesterday.
So let's do this. Let's go on to the regular agendized item, and we'll come back to this in a time or two. So we're going to go on to item 3, CalPERS unfunded liability, accrued liability. Executive Director, are you taking that?
No, actually, Tim Burkholz will take that. He's going to walk you through the.
Is he going to do it
status.
from a remote location?
It's remote.
Terrific. Tim, all yours.
Good morning, directors. At your request, we would like to share the mechanics of the CalPERS unfunded accrued liability, which I know some of you are familiar with, and give you a brief update of where our current unfunded liability is. Let me share my screen. And can you see my slide deck? Can you see the slides?
Yes, Tim.
Yes.
Okay.
Tim, you just need to go to slide view, to presentation view.
Got it. Okay.
Excuse me, can we take the left strip out of the picture for this? Thank you.
Okay. CalPERS unfunded accrued liability is not new. It's been around for several years. And my screen is dictating at the bottom. I don't know if you can see that. I'm trying to figure out how to turn that off. Can you see the dictation?
Yes, we can, Tim. It's not a problem.
Okay. So the CalPERS unfunded accrued liability is not new, but I think it became more formal in recent years. And the fiscal update, or the update on this is for fiscal year 2020. So let's go to the next slide. We need to, let's do a brief review on GASB 68, which was really a documentation of the unfunded liability. And GASB 68 pension liability terms include CalPERS pools, which I believe many of you are familiar with, or most of you. There's the miscellaneous and the safety pools, which include police and fire for safety. Then there's CalPERS retirement groups. These are really interesting, the differential between the two. There's the classic, which was, I believe, pre-2013. In those years, the CalPERS retirement really acted like a defined benefit plan in the classic sense. After 2013, the PEPRA group became part of the plan, but it acts in most instances like a 401k. The distinct differences in the classic model, the employee's contribution would not change. The employer's contribution does change. In the PEPRA model, both change as needed to fund the liability. The net pension liability contains for the district both current employees and retired employees. Approximately 2016-17, we had 58 retirees that were participating in the pension. Plus, there were some employees at that time, I believe 25 to 30 that were participating. Today, we have approximately 50 or less that are of the retirees that are participating in the retirement plan. And we have 22 employees that are currently participating in building a retirement. The market value of pension investment assets. It's an important number that is calculated by CalPERS. It involves actuarials that go through and they look at the demographics, they look at markets, they look at investment types and all those variables. And they basically look at the market value of things, the rate of return on investments, retirement investments. Currently, CalPERS uses a model which involves a discount rate of 7% as of today. And so we have a rate of return that they're constantly striving for. And again, the discount rate that they use for projecting the annual contributions for employees, they're always working a year in arrears. So right now they're projecting information for 2021. They will soon project information for 2022 as of August. And again, the discount rate drives what they are going to ask employers and employees to contribute over the next year. The result of this is the unfunded accrued liability. When they go through and they calculate that if there's a deficit in the model, then they're going to ask that the public agencies, in this case the district, contribute funds to adjust for that unfunded liability. So what is the unfunded accrued liability as of 2020? This was taken right out of the audited financial statements. The net pension liability, as shown for miscellaneous pool, is it's about $10.5 million. The safety pool is almost $25 million, and combined, the pools have a liability of $35.6 million approximately. The market value of assets. Market value, again, includes various adjustments based on what the perceived value of the assets are or what their disposal value could be. So right now, the miscellaneous pool has approximately 8.2 million in market value assets, or as of fiscal 2020, and the safety pool has approximately 17.8 million in invested assets. The result is, what is the funding status of the two pools? Again, miscellaneous pool, as it's shown, is approximately just under 77%, and the safety pool is just over 71%. So again, this came from the audited financial statements. So CalPERS back a few years ago, they had addressed on my page, my up arrow. Back in 2016, the board, the CalPERS board of administration voted to modify the discount rate because they were calculating unrealistic values for the return on assets, which basically was perpetuating the unfunded liability. It was basically saying, hey, we can charge the employees and the employers less as their contributions, and our market assets are going to perform at 7.5% or better. And in reality, they were not meeting the 7.5% objective. So they made a decision that they would lower from 7.5% over the next 3 years. And basically, this would give employers, the district, time to adjust accordingly. So again, the annual contributions by employers and employees basically would be modified in some way. In this instance, I believe increased over the next 3 to 5 years. So it would help compensating for that error or differential. Discount rate change approved by the board, the CalPERS board, is as follows. They would go from 7.5% to 3.75, 7.25, and then in 2021 they would be at 7%. So let's take a little snapshot of history here, and actually the numbers that are impacting the total pension liability go back much further than 2015. But here's the comparison of performance by CalPERS, their actual return on investment versus the CalPERS discount rates. And as you can see in 15, they didn't do very well. They missed by, or they were 5% lower, 16, 7% lower. They did fairly good in 17. They did 3.7, so they were at least on the positive side. 2018, again on the positive side, and then the trend continued that they were below the discount rate, even in the modified years. So what is the impact on the district of the CalPERS discount rate on the district over the term? And you can watch the pension liability here. These are taken directly from the audited financial statements. Pension liability increased from 5.2 to 9.5 million. And during this term, we actually had a reduction of staff. So this is really a function of the changing in the discount rates and an increase in the recognition that investments are not performing as expected. So what did CalPERS decide to do, or what were they proposing they would do? Since the return on investment and the discount rate was not working correctly, or that they weren't following sync, they imposed a UAL adjustment. And basically they did a ramp up period, approximately 5 years, where they would calculate a contribution that was actually based on the return on investments in a given period. They would calculate an amount that needed to be added to the district's normal contributions by the employer and the employees. And they would add that to the annual contributions, and then they would increase that amount until it reached a plateau. And then it would go on for many, many years until the unfunded liability was satisfied. Now that decision was again made about the same time as 2016, that they would add those amounts, and the amount has been building every year. When you think back on the schedule just before, where we saw the rates of the liability increasing, again, it shows that the investments and the ramp up maybe are still not in sync. The model overall is for CalPERS is a classic model is there's 2 employees for every retired employee. Our district is exactly inverted. We have 1 employee for every 2 retirees at this time. So that's part of the reason we have a ramp up in our unfunded liability. Hope you can read this. It's some of the details of what has happened since 2017. We funded just over 340,000 in UAL, and each year we've been contributing slightly more every year. The increase from fiscal 21 to fiscal 22, it goes from 734,000, excuse me, to 929,000, which is an increase of 194,000 between the 2 years. So, and we forecasted forward just at 5% per year, just to see, okay, if it continues at a 5% increase year over year, then where will we be over the next 3 to 4 years? As you can see, almost $1 million a year will need to be contributed in UAL. And you have to remember that this is contributed in net operating income. So another way to look at the retirement here, and this is, again, that 2-to-1 ratio, the impact of the retirement pools. The big brown pool on the left-hand side is all of the classic police, and excuse me, the classic fire department. So that's on the left-hand side. The lower right-hand slice in orange is the classic police officers. Current employees at the airport, the almost pink color is the miscellaneous classic employees, and that little sliver over on the right-hand side is the PEPRAs. I want to go back to that previous slide and make one point here, and this is really, you can see what CalPERS has done here. If we look under the column for fiscal 22, the contributions for the employer's contributions in the UAL for the miscellaneous classics in the first row, 198,000. The miscellaneous PEPRAs, 6,000 approximately. The police, 258,000. The PEPRA police, just over 3,000 or 3,500, and the classic fire, 461,000. The PEPRA, again, the model is incredibly different than the classic model. The UAL is much more controllable on the PEPRAs, and I would expect that CalPERS will continue to modify that model to keep it in check. Again, they can adjust employer and employee contributions so we don't have UAL. The contribution rates for fiscal 22 have been provided by CalPERS, and for the most part, they're very modest adjustments for fiscal 22. So what can be done to mitigate UAL? We took a first step, I think 3 years ago, on the approval of the executive director and comments from finance committee. We started prepaying the UAL. It saves us just under 4% annually. In fact, we showed in there that the quoted UAL by CalPERS was $734,000 for fiscal 21. The actual by prepaying is just under 7.1%. So again, we save money by doing that, or we save the investment variance on the UAL by prepaying it. There could be consideration, and many public agencies are establishing an IRC 115 trust. We're a little behind the curve for this district to do that, but it's something that could be considered at some point. The challenge with funding or UAL payments and contributions is the assumption is made that the state will perform at or equal to the discount rate. What the IRC 115 plans allow the district to do is, rather than making additional payments into the pool, which helps the whole pool, not just the district, you defer funds when appropriate into the IRC 115 with investment oversight, and you build a reserve so as payments come through or adjustments come through from CalPERS, that you have funds to compensate. Again, timing might not be on our side today, but at some point the district could consider an IRC 115 plan. That concludes the slide deck. Any questions?
Thank you, Tim. We're going to start with Director Sonic. Any questions?
Thank you. Lights just came on way over. Tim, if you could you highlight, I'm sorry, there's not a page number on the PowerPoints, but it's towards the end, the UAL impact by retirement pools group.
Right here? Yep.
Yes, so the majority one, the colors were hard for me to see.
This, on the left-hand side, this slide right here is the classic fire group. So this is all the previous firefighters who worked for the district and are now either retired or working for the city of Monterey.
Okay.
The lower right-hand quadrant here is the safety or police classic pool. And again, we have no police officers working for the district. So these would be all the retirees and officers that transferred over to DRO. This little sliver we happen to have, there was a crossover and we had one police officer or two police officers, I don't remember the exact number, that were actually PEPRAs. So their adjustments rather small. The miscellaneous classic pool right here in the upper right-hand side, that is the miscellaneous classics. Again, their rates and contributions are very different, and they make up a small part of our current staff and a small number of retirees. And this little sliver is approximately 60% of our current staff, our PEPRA staff. Hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. It's your recommendation or what could be done to mitigate. You talk about establishing an IRC 115 trust. How much have we looked into that, or how time consuming is that for our staff?
We haven't created a 115 trust at this time. It's something to consider. And that would be, have to be further discussion on that. I know that most of the municipalities nearby have started creating 115 trusts. Salinas, Marina, I don't know about Monterey. San Jose has been doing a 115 trust for years.
Okay, all right.
We did some analysis on that a few years ago. It frankly, when CalPERS started to perform better, when their investments started to perform better, it became something that we really did pursue further. We'll look at it again as time, as it benefits us. I think what Tim was trying to say earlier is it may not be a good time to do that for us, but we'll continue to examine it.
Appreciate it. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Director Miller.
Thank you, Tim. Just a few questions. So you talked about our firefighters that have transferred to Monterey and our police officers that transferred to Del Rey Oaks. But if we ever had an employee, either miscellaneous or one of the safety groups, transferred to any city, they're still connected to us, and we're still responsible for their retirement unless they take their money out of the system, correct?
That's correct. For the number of years they provided service to the district, we are, and we're obligated, and they've vested, we are obligated to participate in their retirement proportionally. And CalPERS handles those calculations.
And if there is an unfair part in this, it's our participation is their years of service, not the money we paid them when they were in. So when they leave the system and retire at the very end, supposedly at a much higher rate of pay, then we're responsible percentage-wise for that higher rate of pay, correct?
I believe that's the case.
You faded out there, Tim.
I said, I believe that's the case.
Now, we did a pension bond fund. Can you explain what that money went to? That wasn't this, correct?
Since I wasn't part of that process, I believe, again, the identification of the unfunded accrued liability became fully documented in 2016 as part of GASB 68. I briefly read documents that said something to the fact that there was a quote unquote side account. I don't know the composition of that at CalPERS, but the district was able to relieve that liability at CalPERS by creating the bond, which would pay off that quote unquote side account, and in turn eliminate the accrual of interest, which was higher than the bond. That was my understanding. Again, details, I haven't investigated all the details on that.
That's correct. That side account was actually a bill for money due from the district. And if we were going to pay as we go, we were subject to, I think back then, a 7.5% interest rate, and it like a finance charge. Where going to a bond, we were able to reduce that considerably because the bond's rate of return fee was a lot less. So that was a good thing. Is there any bonds that we've explored that could help us with this unfunded liability, which is different?
And here's the challenge with the unfunded liability. We haven't investigated bonds, but mechanically, we're in a pool. We are a portion of that total pool. When we put money into CalPERS or to pay off part of that pool, it's not helping just us, it's helping the entire pool, or it's being redistributed within the pool. And that's where the IRC trust, 115 trust makes sense, because you're not just throwing the money into the pool and benefiting the whole pool. You're putting it aside. The unaccrued liability, there's only, you know, even if the district took $9.5 million and put it in the pool today, we still might have a UAL, or we still might have a difference. So there isn't a mechanism for us to just resolve that $9.5 million. We can't. The site account was different in that it was compartmentalized. Our current unfunded liability is part of the total miscellaneous and safety pools.
There has been some talk about the state maybe stepping in to fix this problem. And you know, thank you for putting this together. I didn't realize that we were completely inverted, where we had 2 retirees per 1 employee. That is a pyramid that's upside down that we do not want to have. So what is yeah. So it's no, it's not a good situation. Any good news on the horizon or other possibilities that you've heard?
Well, I think the good news here is, and I hope, we're seeing investments turn around right now. They've hit a bottom, at least we hope. And we're starting to see the investment market turn. That's good news for CalPERS. As for the state rescuing the plan, so to speak, I have never heard of any discussion, but it's seriously something the state should consider. And I'm going to digress just slightly. There's a little bit of history here. The history is that the market up until the early 2000s, as you're aware, performed beyond expectations, either falsely or actually. When it hit 2016 or 2006, there was that big adjustment. And we've been on the other side of the I would call it a curve, an investment curve, where we're running well below what the average was for the prior 20 years. So the question is, can we come back up? And will the investment market come back up where we get to a point where we are at the current discount rate? Or will we be operating below the discount rate? Our hope is that the investment market is improving and that CalPERS and their investment team can actually start moving us in the other direction. Again, that's the hope.
This is all just informational. You are not coming to us, or staff isn't with the recommendation at this time?
No, this was at the request of Director Russell at the last meeting, so we're going to update on UAL to get you up to speed. We're in the middle of budgets, and that was an appropriate request, and it is a complicated issue, so we thought we'd break it out and just make it a standalone.
So right now we are paying as we go, and as we are what they call. And and if you said it and I overlooked it, what is that costing us as we pay as we go out of pocket?
It's our annual budget, Tim, for UAL payment.
This year it's $929,000, and we're anticipating that it will be within around $1 million going forward.
And that's pay as we go.
Yes.
That's real money. That's substantial.
And as Tim indicated, about 3 years ago, a little bit more than that perhaps, we started taking advantage of the prepayment, which saves us almost 4%. And right now, our investments are such that we're not anywhere near 4%, so it actually looks more favorable. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I got. Thank you.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
CalPERS investments out there.
We see about 10 to 12% of our total revenue, gross revenue. Is that?
Yeah.
Is the amount that we have to pay the CalPERS?
It's going to be pretty close to that, yes. Yeah.
Wow.
Director Leffel?
So Tim, can you go back to the chart that has the CalPERS unfunded account liability and employer contribution rates? Yeah. can you talk down on the bottom about the monthly amortization and the UAL year-to-year change?
The monthly amortization is an offset against, it is an allowable expense to the district. When we prepay, for example, in fiscal 22, $922,000 from our operating income, we then will amortize $77,000 a month across the various departments based on the composition of PEPRA and Classic employees. In turn, that lowers our operating income ostensibly, and then in turn, at the end of the year, we should theoretically, because it's been prepaid, we're having the cash come back to us. In fact, up until fiscal 21 and the impact of the pandemic, what we were doing is we were writing off this, or we were recognizing the $77,000 expense as a non-cash expense, or it was a prepaid expense being amortized. We would take the money out of operating income and we would put it back in a fund we could prepay the following year.
Okay, so and the year-to-year change?
The year-to-year change.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, it's fine. Go.
Somebody go.
Jim, go.
Okay. The year-to-year change is basically what's happening in the UAL contributions or required payments from year to year. And there is an interesting little mechanical thing here. Our UAL stayed, or our increase in our, if you'll notice in 2018, 2019, the CalPERS did pretty well on their investments. And so what you see is from 17 to 19, very modest changes in the total. It was relatively static going up until 2020, where the investments went down again. But year over year, we will be funding we've funded those amounts. We put in approximately $3.6 million through, or we will through fiscal 22. And right now we still have, according to the current, or the fiscal 2020 valuations, we still have $9.5 million to go.
It's pretty ugly. So when we, I'm trying to think back when we did that bond, wasn't it like about 4.3 million or something?
Yes.
And that was our total, at that point, it was like stop the clock. That's our unfunded liability. That was our total that we had at that point. So we stopped the clock and said, we don't have, we're done with that. We're gonna pay it back on the bond. So since that time, we have now gone in the hole another $9.5 million.
I believe, Director Leffel, that bond was issued on some other type of site account, not UAL. It was some other, the characteristics were different.
Side loan that CalPERS gave us to cover the jump from, I think, 2% to 3% for the fire.
On UALs.
Just on, not the total UAL, just the difference between what we had owed the firefighters, and then we jumped to 3%. And that was the amount of money that we owed them as a side loan from CalPERS. And that loan from CalPERS covered a portion of the UL, but we paid that side loan off, but we still maintained the full UAL. That's my recollection at the time. And we paid what, 4.25% on the bond, which was cheaper than the 7 to 7.5% that CalPERS was charging us for that side loan, like almost a second mortgage.
So basically, if we went back to having another 10, employees. Those 10 employees will be paying in under PEPRA at a
Correct.
small rate.
They would be paying in, yes, new employees come in under PEPRA unless they are transferred from another agency and have not been unemployed or not been out of CalPERS for 6 months.
But
So,
I'm going back to one has to work to pay 2 older ones. I mean, really, it's just such a broken system. It is like almost crazy. And when I last year went to the special districts legislative day and I had the woman in charge of CalPERS standing up trying to justify what they're doing. Worst job on the face of the planet. So for me, and one reason I asked for this is I think we just have to really all be cognizant of the fact that we have this out there. We read about the cities that they're bankrupt and we have all of that, but this is ugly and it's not getting any better.
No.
So I don't know what the answer is. I don't know if it's the trust, but obviously we're not going to move $9.6 million over out of our operating income into a trust account to have it as a side. So,
Put it into perspective, $9.6 million was our entire operating fund in fiscal 2019.
exactly, which is,
It's
but
insane, we can't do that.
No.
But I think we've done some things like the prepayment, we've done some things to help mitigate. We're gonna keep looking at the trust, and when timing looks good, we'll probably start some discussion with you about that. But you're right, it's something we need to be cognizant of because it's not going well. We thought it would plateau. And then, let's face it, things happen and it's not plateauing.
so for me, I don't know why we would pursue a trust right now. Because there's only been what, 2 out of 6 years that they've been in the positive on a statewide level.
Yeah.
That's such a poor return. If I had that in my retirements, I'd be slitting my wrist. So I probably would be sitting here, I'd be working at Walmart or something. So I think that we really need to, I really think we need to pursue this, and that's why I want the whole board to see it, because I started looking at the numbers about, I guess after we got our last audit, and I just kept taking a look at it going, man, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
So we're no action today, but I just believe that everybody needs to see it, and we need to really start thinking about how we can at least stop the clock on it.
Yeah, and I think you're right in noticing that and right in saying that we need to be very cognizant of it. Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, but the reason we haven't moved to the trust right now is the investments that we would be able to invest in, the instruments we'd be able to invest in right now are no better than what CalPERS is doing, so we would help ourselves.
I believe
But
you're
I
correct.
disagree, because we would still pay what we're paying on a monthly basis. But we would be putting more money aside, even if it's at 0.5% or 1%. It's not sitting in our reserve account where we have a false sense of security. Because we've talked about this, if the whole airport closed tomorrow, we owe $9.5 million.
Right.
So, and that's from audited 2020 financial statements. So it hasn't gotten any prettier since this. So anyway, I really think we need to pursue something. And that's it.
Something to consider with the IRC 115 plans. There are different.
Tim, Bill has the floor.
I'm sorry, it's really hard to hear you.
Tim, are you there? I can barely hear you.
Okay, I'm here.
Oh, okay. You had it on in progress?
Well, are you talking?
Yeah, he's
Really hard to hear.
waiting for you, Director.
Oh, all right. Couple of questions and then some comments. On the unfunded liability that we have to CalPERS under all the categories, what interest rate are we paying CalPERS to basically loan us the money to over this period until it's fully we're up to the 100%? What is the interest rate that CalPERS charges us for that?
Are you talking about the contribution rate?
Tim, you've moved away from your computer. Apparently, it's gotten really soft.
Yeah, I'm having a problem because my speaker's on one screen and the computer's in another place. If I understood the question, Director Sabo, what are they charging us as a percentage? Are you speaking of the contributions?
Well, no, I assume that we're having to pay some penalty here, you know, in the form of an interest rate or something for them to allow us to just continue to owe them money. And is there an interest rate associated with that unfunded liability?
Well, I think this slide demonstrates what they're indirectly charging us through the change in UAL are those deficits or the average deficit within the contributions or the performance of the plans. And again, that transfers to UAL. So again, the investments that CalPERS had for 2020, they made almost 4.7%. And the discount rate was 7%. So in indirectly, we will, or the district will end up funding 2.3% indirectly.
Okay, so what you're saying here is they're carrying this unfunded liability for us, and we're gradually paying it off, you know, the unfunded liability.
Correct.
But there's no carrying charge on that. Is that right?
And again, I'm Director Sabo, you faded out there at the end.
Yes, if there's a carrying charge on it.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So, do you know, best guess, what our bond rating would be? Would be re-rated at AAA, and what would that approximate interest rate?
I would have to research that, Director Sabo. That's not something I would have in the top of my head.
Do you think our bond rating would be fairly high? Given our surplus is that's
I believe the bond that you issued, or the pension obligation bond that was issued by the district, was somewhere in a CB category, I believe. I'd have to.
It was a B, Tim.
Yeah.
And Director, when we looked at the financial analysis for the master plan project, we assumed a B.
A B?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or I should say our financial consultant assumed a B.
Okay. If we went to that 415. 115 plan. That money would be coming out of our surplus, put into that plan, and it's locked. Even though we have greater investment opportunities, we can invest in paper that are other vehicles that we aren't allowed to do in our current, with our current funds. We can do other things in that trust. But how much of the surplus do you think we ought to dedicate? Because it's locked, we can get it out for anything other than pension benefits. You know, how much?
That's it's an interesting question. I haven't done that analysis, but you did bring up an important point. Within the district, we are restricted in our investment types. Under an IRC 115 plan, there's more flexibility. So for example, we could go into certain types of bonds. We could do other investment vehicles that we're not allowed to do as part of our investment policy. So that, again, that's one of the benefits of the IRC is you get the flexibility to invest. How much we should put in, that would have to be analyzed and determined. I think that creating it, the IRC 115 trust, moving in that direction of putting a small amount of funds in there, finding the right financial advisor, then you could come up with a long-term plan. It's not, I would not just quickly jump into it and pull half of our reserves and throw it into the account. That would, I don't believe that would be prudent.
Well, I guess a consideration on how much of our surplus we dedicate to that or our reserves is kind of contingent upon what we intend to do with the money going forward for supporting the master plan. And so what I feel strongly about, and this is just a place for comment here, I feel very strongly that we should engage a financial advisor here because the implications for us are rather extreme. You know, I'm looking at these numbers going out. And I recently listened to a presentation that Carmel City Council, Carmel City Council did, and I can provide that link to that presentation by an outfit called NIH Advisors out of San Rafael. They did an excellent job of taking what Carmel's financial situation was and evaluating in a number of circumstances, including taking out a bond, 415 or 115, and again, the upsides and downsides of all that. And I thought it was an excellent presentation. They did a good job, but I think we need a financial advisor here to assess our situation, because what CalPERS is doing with the money doesn't impress me a whole lot. And we're looking probably at some market downturns here. It was down another 3 points today. And so at some point, we're going to reach a point where it can't be sustained anymore. And when that happens, CalPERS is going to come to us to say, hey, go into the mattress, get some more money out. And maybe we need to understand the implications of a 115, and so that we can financially plan for how we finance the master plan, and also take some steps like other cities. Some cities are actually, a number of them are actually taking on a bond for 1 7/8% and paying off all of their UAL to CalPERS. I'm not suggesting that's the right answer for us, but 1 7/8 does a better job than 5% return that CalPERS is giving. So I would strongly recommend that we take some action to get a financial advisor involved with our particular situation, estimate our credit rating based upon our current level of debt and our surpluses, and we get on with it. And so I don't know what that means in motion, but that would be me as a board member saying we need to do something about this. It's unsustainable.
So this is a discussion,
only.
and we're not going to accept any motions on this. We need to wrap this up. We have the people from Carmel that have been there since 9 o'clock this morning.
Yes.
Not very fair to them. Carl, do you have any final comments?
Yeah, just a real quick comment for Tim. My understanding that since there is a break in our police and fire departments, should we start either one of those up, those would be considered new agencies by CalPERS. And even if we brought in classic employees, we wouldn't treat them as classic. We would treat them as pepper. Correct?
I believe that's the case, yes.
Lean closer again, Tim.
I believe that's the case.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we're gonna bring this to a close at this point, and I don't think anyone doesn't understand the severity of this problem, and we need a lot of immediate discussion on it. I, for one, want to know a lot more about the the 115, and we're not gonna be able to do that now. Okay. With that said, we're gonna work Mr. Matt Wright in here because I understand that he's available at this point.
Yes.
Matt, are you antenna up?
Tim, can you stop sharing the screen? Thank you.
Good morning.
Matt, are you unmuted?
Yeah, morning.
Okay, very good. Matt, just what I would love to have from you, and we don't need to take a lot of time doing it, but I'm getting a lot of questions from our hospitality community on the progress of the remodel. And I would just like you to give us the best update you can and the best guesstimate of when it will be completed.
Okay, absolutely. Happy to do that for you
Need to
guys.
speak up because a couple of us don't have our hearing aids.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
This is okay. All right. Thank you, Chair Curcio, members of the board, Executive Director LaPierre, for giving me the opportunity to give you an update. The construction project is moving along. I would say we are pressed on the schedule, not really due to anything other than some of the challenges that the pandemic has presented regarding material acquisition. So between Monterey Jet Center, between our design firm, the architect, and the general contractor, we've been pretty nimble in terms of finding acceptable substitutes for things that maybe weren't available that were our original choice. The contractor has been very responsive in terms of throwing labor at the project. So the labor is not an issue. It's just a matter of materials. As I sit here right now, it's every expectation to be completed by the 1st of August, which was our original expectation. Update to where we are at today. The demolition's done, the concrete cutting and pouring is done, the framing is done, the HVAC is 90% done, drywall is 80% done. It's really looking like a facility, so it's moving along. So my best answer to your question, Chair Curcio, is we're on track. I'm still confident we will be completed and have our certificate of occupancy prior to the Car Week festivities.
That's great news. Okay.
Yeah.
Matt, thank you very much for giving us that report. We're running way behind, so I'm going to move on. Thanks, Matt.
Okay, thanks, guys.
I'd like to go to item 4, resolution number 1800, resolution of the Monterey Peninsula Airport District amending resolution 1774, 1775, and 1793 related to CARES and CRISA relief for airport tier 1 terminal restaurant and gift shop concession tournaments. Executive Director, are you going to take that?
I am, and now that you've read all of that, Tim is going to show you a brief presentation on the abatements. I can tell you what our recommendation will be at the end, but this is related to the abatement program that we currently have in place that ends by resolution at the end of May. So,
okay.
You're up, Tim. Or maybe not. Tim, can't hear you at all. You may have to unmute again. Okay.
I can't see the controls when I go into screen mode. So very quickly, back in February, Executive Director requested an extension for abatements through May 31st of 21, and those have proceeded forward. This first slide shows you each of the transitions from each approved abatement and where we ended up at the end of May. And the right-hand column shows you the total dollars. The rental car number in red shows that rental car concessions were canceled as of May 1st. Again, the executive director had the flexibility to do so. And that was, again, it curtailed approximately $14,000 in abatements.
Concessions were canceled, but the abatements were canceled.
So what are the changes that impacted the abatements? COVID-19 cases are decreasing, the vaccination rates are improving. Commercial airline flights, as of the time this deck was prepared, were equaling or exceeding 50% of the prior fiscal year. General aviation is up significantly, about 75% of prior year. Rental car concessions are performing at about 50% of prior year. Parking concessions approaching 50% of prior year. Tarpies, you were involved in the extension of the lease where they canceled abatements and asked for a 2% increase for the next fiscal year. Lamar, their revenue slid a little bit, but they're still stable and showing fairly good numbers. Woody's restaurant sales are improving, but they're still having some challenges. And Gifts and More is still struggling. They went over their MAG, which is being still partially abated at about $200 over. So Resolution 1800 is requesting approval to continue abatements just for the airport restaurant and the gift shop. All others would be canceled effective May 31 of this month or of this year. The abatements would be extended through the end of July. Total cost of the district, approximately $11,800. And that would be split between the 2 fiscal years. There would be a small amount or half of the 11,800 included in fiscal 21, and the other half would be in fiscal 22. That's really the request, and we recommend that you consider Resolution 1800, a resolution of the Monterey Peninsula Airport District amending a spaghetti list of resolutions 1774, 75, 1793, and related to the CARES Act relief of Tier 1 terminal restaurant and gift shop concession tenants.
And the staff recommendation, Director?
It is, the short of it is cancel all abatements with the exception of Woody's Restaurant and Gifts and More. Continue those abatements as they are in place right now through the end of July of this year.
Very good. Yeah, and the lease committee has recommended approval of this, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, finance committee.
Okay. Director Sabo, anything quickly? Sorry? Does any member of the public want to make comment on this item?
No.
Seeing none, Director Sabo, questions?
No questions on the debate.
Director Leffel?
I have nothing to add.
Director Miller?
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Director Soni?
Just that the finance committee did spend time discussing this, and looking over it, and it was unanimous to support the proposal.
Okay, with that, I would ask for a motion.
I would move that we approve resolution number 1800.
We have a second.
Second.
Amanda, roll call, please.
Director Soni?
Yes.
Director Level?
Yes.
Director Sabo?
Yes.
Director Miller?
Yes.
Chair Crucio?
Yes. With that, we're going to have to take a 5-minute pause because we need to order some food to get it in here. No, okay, serious. So let's do that, and we'll just eat here.
Sorry, we're a little rough around the edges, but it's
It's very good.
Not bad. Yeah. Let's see what the reviews are like.
yeah. Right.
Okay, it. I see a thumbs up from Amanda. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for your patience with us. We're going to move on quickly. And we are going to item 5, which are renaming protocols. Executive Director, how would you like to proceed on this?
Mr. Chairman, I will give you a brief synopsis of where we're at, and then I think it's a discussion topic for the.
Very good.
We were approached several months ago, a little over a year ago, actually, by Visit Carmel and their board about renaming the airport to include the name Carmel. That request languished for some time. It came back to life in the form of a formal request from Visit Carmel, which then began the discussion at the board level about the opportunity or the potential of renaming the airport to include Carmel in the name. You received a presentation about 3 months ago, I believe, from Visit Carmel and their board representatives with some very good data for you to consider. At that point, this board elected to take that under advisement and consider it. That is where we are today. We brought this back at the request of the chair. It has gone to Air Service Committee, which it was directed to go to Air Service Committee 2 months ago. It went to Air Service Committee this month. And I'll let the Air Service Committee talk about what their recommendations or non-recommendations are. But know that on the line are also representatives from Visit Carmel, Amy Herzog and Mark Watson, I believe.
Is Mark back on?
It looks as though his name is on the list.
Good. Thanks, Mark. Thanks for your patience.
So I think, Mr. Chairman, it's up to you how you want to proceed from there. But this is intended to be a discussion item on your part.
Yeah, obviously, this is a discussion at this point, and we want to hear input we've heard input from our staff now. We want to hear input from our board members, and then we're going to give the public an opportunity to comment after that.
Yeah.
So I think what I'd like to do is, Director Sabo, would you like to give a recap of the discussion at Air Service?
Okay, well, at the Air Service Committee, we had a split decision in terms of a recommendation for the board on this particular matter. The result of that split opinion resulted in our desire to bring it to the full board for consideration. Director Curcio felt very strongly that we should hold off on or not include the Carmel in the naming of the airport. Is that a fair representation?
It is.
Okay, and then I had the opposing position that the name ought to be included in the naming of the airport, and we're just talking about the naming of the airport, not the whole district, not the district, but just naming the airport. And then we considered just dropping the regional portion of it, and my rationale for that was that Carmel has as the statistic indicate that has a lot of name recognition for people visiting from out of town. They understand Carmel, and they understand Monterey quite as well as we got a big requirement there. So I was very much in favor of positively considering a name change to include Carmel, and it was also from a historical standpoint. That's the way United used to back in the late 30s, 40s, all the way up to the 50s. They identified Carmel Monterey as the destination departure point from here to San Francisco, elsewhere. So I was in favor of considering a renaming. Director Curcio was not.
It is. Okay. So I'll just jump in. First of all, let me say this. I completely and totally understand what a valuable partner Carmel is and has been to this airport. There's no question about it. I have a concern because for a few reasons, not the least of which is I believe that our current brand and branding, along with all of the collateral and the marketing programs, I don't think anyone would argue with the fact that they have been very successful and they continue to be successful. And it's not easy to develop that brand. We put a lot of time and effort into it. It seems to be working very, very well. And I believe that we should continue marketing as we have been, as the Monterey Regional Airport. Now, that being said, the other concern I had was we do have, as everyone knows, many other stakeholders that are members of our community and customers of our airport. And I can tell you that, and I speak from past experience when I tell you this, because I went through this once when I was the chair of the Convention Visitors Bureau, which was several years back. All the time we would have our stakeholders say, well, why do we always see Pebble Beach? Why do we always see Carmel? Why can we not see Salinas? Salinas is a big stakeholder, and Pacific Grove, et cetera. And we actually had one of the cities temporarily left the bureau over that, and that was Pacific Grove. They took a year off and ended up the following year coming back into the bureau because they decided very quickly that the marketing method of the MCCDB was the way to go. But anyway, I see a similar issue here with places like Pebble Beach and Pacific Grove and others. Now, again, that being said, that doesn't mean that I am disrespecting the partnership and the great partners that Carmel and Visit Carmel have been. So at this point, Mike, I would like, if you think it's appropriate, have you had the opportunity to have the discussion with Visit Carmel that we talked about at the Air Service Committee?
I have.
Okay, can you want to go into that a little, please?
What we talked about at Air Service Committee was a position that would have the airport and Visit Carmel jointly work with our airlines, our partner airlines, to rename the airport in reservation systems. If you remember, American lists our airport as Carmel Monterey Airport. So, and the intent of that, when they made that decision, that conscious decision to do that, was to address what they saw was a demand for getting to Carmel. People would go online and they'd say, how do I get, they'd go into the reservation system, they query Carmel, and it wouldn't come up with anything. So they ended up booking from some other airport, not knowing that this one is the closest. So American made that conscious decision based on the data that they had, and they've done quite well with it. I would note that since our discussion, JSX has picked that up as well. They now refer to the market as Monterey Carmel on their booking engine. So if the intent is really to increase ridership and visitorship, the first way to do that would be to get the other, or potential first way to do that would be to get the other airlines to reflect the Carmel name in their reservation system as either Carmel Monterey or Monterey Carmel. So that if you're coming to Carmel and you don't know that this is the airport that you should fly into, the thought is by typing in Carmel, it would pop up to this airport, rather than forcing you to find your other way, which may in fact be San Jose. So that's one component of what we discussed at Air Service, is working diligently and collaboratively with Visit Carmel to get that to happen with all of our airline partners. The second component is kind of a two-phased. While we've been discussing this or considering this, we went with Visit Carmel and partnered on a digital media campaign in the Seattle market to support our new Seattle service. I will tell you definitively, it cost us $4,000 to do that. They had $4,000 that they invested as well. Definitively, it has to be the most successful campaign that we've undertaken jointly or separately. We got more views, more visits, more hits out of that effort than we've gotten on anything that we've done so far, with the exception of Alaska's repost of some of Amanda's good work on social media. So that was really a test case to see how impactful that would be on our visibility outside of our market. Our focus has always been using our money internally, talking to our own folks, because we really can't afford to go to other markets. This was a test case. It worked amazingly well. There is the opportunity going forward to expand upon that effort. And I've had some discussions with Amy Herzog and her marketing team, Jeff Burkhardt, about a larger program that they want to undertake in partnership with us. And that would be anywhere, the numbers that we're talking about for us are anywhere from $30,000 to $50,000 over the course of the next 6 months. All social media, all digital marketing that would focus on a number of markets throughout the country, principally focused on our nonstop markets. And they are willing to put an equal amount into that effort. So we have about a $100,000 campaign nationally, which we would do jointly with Visit Carmel. I think that's a great step for us to do. We've never been able to truly reach outside of our market. We've demonstrated that this works in the Seattle market. We're pretty much suggesting we can take it on the road. Now, it's a big investment. It's $50,000 that we'd be asking in our budget for the board to consider. But I'm prepared to recommend that we do that because I think that it's a great effort on our part. It's a great partnership. We've enjoyed tremendous partnership with Visit Carmel and with the Carmel community itself. And those two, irrespective of what you decide on May, I think those two are really positive steps forward to continue to develop our relationship.
Very good. So before we take this out to the public, I am going to come back to the board first this time. And we heard from Director Sable. I'd like to hear from Director Love.
I just reported on Public Care Services Committee.
No, you.
Yeah. I would like the opportunity.
Of course.
Comment as well.
Director Love. Okay. Bill, Mary Ann's yielding to you.
Write it down.
That's one for me, 10 for you. Yeah, I feel rather strongly about this, including Carmel and our name. And as we saw in our statistics, they drop to people outside the area is a third of Carmel region. I don't know what you call it, Carmel Valley, Carmel City, Beach, but that region out here. Another third comes from Salinas, another third comes from Monterey, Pacific Grove. It's a very identifiable name, and when you do a search, it should come up as Carmel, Monterey, so that clearly what we're trying to build our airport is to support the master plan and build our airport on is visitors from afar, as well as keeping the residents that we have that use the airport. And I think it's a very recognizable name. Carmel is a very recognizable name with the area. The way to get here should be clearly identified in the name. And I agree with the idea of the reservation systems, including Carmel Monterey. The American, who has a pretty good marketing program, thinks it's a good idea. I'm not sure that United will think it's a good idea. nor maybe Alaska might think it a good idea. And so I think to preclude us having one in, 1 and 2 out, I think we ought to just make that decision to include Carmel in our name. And back, and I know this is historic information, but Sam Marshall was, promoting and using this airport to bring people in to buy property and all that. He pushed hard on the United to get Carmel in the designator for this airport, this area down there. And that continued on right up until 1950 when the Navy left here. So I think from a standpoint of trying to attract and help people that want to come to this area, identify that we have an airport here in Monterey. We lose a lot of people to San Jose that we need included in the name, and I feel rather strongly about that. And then also in support of our city, who is obviously very interested in support of our airport coverage. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Director. Director Level?
I have a couple of thoughts on this. Number one, we've done these studies while leisure travel is coming back, but business travel is pretty dead still. There's not much call for big conferences or anything that's going on. So I want to make sure that we're not looking at a snapshot in time that isn't the same 2 years ago or that would be the same 2 years from now. I agree, the name Carmel is important. I can't remember one of my trips to Italy a few years ago. People were like, where are you from? And I'm from Monterey. And they looked and I said, Carmel, and they go, oh, Pete. And of course, he has not been mayor since 1982, but he was the name that they understood. So I believe if we can work with our airline partners, and does Expedia still pop up Monterey Carmel?
It does. Yeah,
So I
except
think they always have, as long as I could ever remember. I think it's popped up Monterey Carmel.
They kayak does too.
So I think those are indicators that is a driver for the leisure market, and I get that. But I'm also extremely sensitive to the amount of time, effort, and money and population that we have in the Salinas Valley and the amount of business that drives out of there. And I'm not talking about flying in, I'm talking about going out, not offending the rest of our partners in the region. I like your idea of doing a marketing campaign. I think that's important. Find our partners. I think I shared with you all that I looked on multiple websites around here. And I think the Visitor Convention Bureau website says that in 60 minutes you can be at the San Jose airport. It says ways to get to Monterey, Carmel, and it's like 60 minutes from San Jose and I think 90 minutes from San Francisco. There's no way. But I think we need to really look at all of the websites around here, and we need to work with them on how we can better give accurate information of how to do things. I saw the Monterey Salinas Transit, the Airbus is starting again on June 1st, and they're starting to advertise. So we're going to start to see that back in the market, which we have not had. And I think that, we have to look at how that's also going to impact us with people that don't understand how to get out of here and people understanding how to get back in here. So at this point, with my sad regret to my dear friend Mark Watson, I cannot think of changing the name from Monterey Regional Airport. We did that. We came off of the Monterey Peninsula Airport District because we felt like that's too small and it only said we were peninsula related. And that when we opened it up to region, we actually opened it up to the region to show that we were a regional asset and not of one city or two cities or three cities. So for me, it's important that we appropriately spend our marketing dollars and work with our partners that want to work with us. And that we also maybe help some of the small chambers and the other people around that we help them, give them the right verbiage. And I think we can do a better job of that. And if we also have a map that shows how close things are, not just dots on the map, but 5-minute drive time, 7-minute drive time, that sort of thing, I think that's really important. So we're talking about protocols, and I think there's a lot we can do. But I'm still not convinced we should change the name.
Thank you, Director. Director Miller.
Well, first, let me start by saying I've been very thankful for the partnership we've had with Carmel. I was very impressed by your presentation to the board. I thought the name change would be an excellent placeholder until this board came to its senses and named the airport the Carl Miller Airport. But until that joyous day actually happened, I thought, no, what's wrong with a little name change? Yeah, I am taking a second look at this. I do understand the marketing and everything that goes into that. I do think we may be able to get there, like Mr. Lapierre said, by asking the airlines to make that change. I think we can make it a case. There is confusion with people that don't realize how close everything is here, especially people not familiar with our area. I'm not an IT guy, but I think there is a way that we could go in and have like keywords, somebody types in Carmel Airport on a website that it refers them to our airport. I think those things are possible, even misspelling Carmel, misspelling Monterey, maybe with multiple R's like Monterey, Mexico, just ways that when they do those engine searches, it's triggering here. I like the partnership with Carmel and putting some money behind that. So I think there is a way that we can get what everybody wants with the recommendations coming out of Air Service for this partnership without necessitating changing our name, changing our logo, because this was a desire of us that when we entered in the marketing campaign. So I'm sensitive to all that. But again, thank you, Carmel, for bringing this forward to us. It was a lot of great information, and I look forward to our continued partnership and benefiting both of us.
Director Sonic.
I think I'll start with a few questions before I give my comments. Who created and prepared the presentation that we're looking at, the regional airport point of sale study?
That was done for us by Landry Brown, who is our Air Service consultant.
Okay. And this was done just the last couple of months?
Yeah, we did that. I think we received that 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, Director, I had requested that Director Lapierre do both of those analytics and zip code study.
It was great. I mean, there's a lot of information here. I think it was insightful. I was wondering, is there a reason we didn't include South County just for comparison as well? And were they just outliers too much? Or?
Yeah, they're a little bit of an outlier. That study, the fallacy behind that study is it looks at zip code data for here. So it's traffic generated from here going elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
To do an analysis of inbound traffic is a much deeper dive and would have taken a great deal more time.
I understand.
And
more
we're going
dollars
to
as
do,
well.
yeah, we're going to do that, but we couldn't
Okay.
get that done in this time.
Okay. I appreciate that. I think the reason I asked about South County and other things was just that we've had great feedback. I've been on the calls that Director Lapierre has presented to Seaside and King City and the board of directors this week. And then, I think there's been just the feedback from people that attended those meetings was really positive. So I think, so I was just curious about that. To my comments, I struggled with renaming and the branding as well overall. I'm the newest member to this board and wasn't part of when we changed signage and all of that. But I think those were the questions that I had when Carmel came and presented to us. I really appreciated their presentation. I think there's lots of information. I think they really understand who their customer is and their data overall, and I really enjoyed learning the presentation and just learning more for how important and beneficial Carmel is to this region as well as this airport. The other question, the comment I do have is Salinas is often the largest chunk of our business, and have we ever thought of adding their name to, because we do have a lot of businesses that fly into this area. I do realize that a lot of our businesses that are over there too probably have corporate I don't know if they still have corporate travel, but they've got people that fly in and out of here quite a bit.
Yeah, two things on that, Director. First of all, the city of Salinas is not in our district. That doesn't necessarily mean you can't use the name, but I think if you reach outside of our district, that may cause some angst in those that are in our district.
And they have an airport.
And they have an airport. There's the second component, that they have an airport that is named Salinas Municipal Airport. So I think that may be a little bit of a slippery slope. I think the analysis that you're looking at clearly indicates that we need to bolster our efforts in Salinas to market more to the people that are buying tickets in that community. We think we're doing a good job, but looking at those numbers, I'm not entirely certain that we're doing enough. So we're gonna bolster our efforts in Salinas. That being said, when you look at those statistics, Carmel is front and center in all of the data, which is an important component in your discussion and your decision. And that was the impetus behind that study. Just how impactful is the city of Carmel, is the village of Carmel by the sea in achieving what we want to achieve, which is ultimately increased traffic.
So I would agree with the ideas that have been presented, definitely doing partnerships with marketing as well as we doing marketing in the airport overall. And I guess that's about all I have to say. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. At this point, I would like to take it out to the public, and I would like to remind the public that this is public comment, and you're therefore limited to 3 minutes per speaker. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand and help me out here, Amanda. Who's at the top?
There are not any hands raised, but
We do
Amy
have
is at the top.
Amy.
And is Mark ready to go?
Mark is there as well.
Why don't we start out with Mark Watson? Mark, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, again, I would like to thank the airport board for considering our proposal. I do understand some of your concerns. I do personally feel that that augmenting the branding with just the word Carmel in there, I think that's what we proposed, to keep the regional airport designation, but to just call it Carmel Monterey. So although I'm a little disappointed at hearing some of the feedback, we're very gratified at the strong relationship that has been developed between Visit Carmel and the airport. And we look forward to continuing to build the awareness for our visitors to Carmel, which still remains a bit of a challenge to understand that the Monterey Airport does serve Carmel. But again, I want to thank you all for your consideration, and we look forward to working together on some of these new ideas that were brought forward today. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Amy, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Just to repeat what Mark said, absolutely. Thank you for being open-minded to our presentation. And we're very open to all the other ideas that Mike presented and that you all seem interested in pursuing. So we will happily continue to work as your partner. Thank you for valuing Carmel's presence, and we value the airport as well. I just would say there's a reason why Visit Carmel's board is talking about adding $100,000 fly market marketing campaign, something we've never done quite to that extent. I mean, we're usually really focused on the drive market, but there's been a huge shift. Leisure travel is the road to recovery right now. And our board is willing to go out there and be aggressive while we have the chance to make some real new inroads into some new markets. And some of these are markets that are not very familiar with our area. And while your idea of going to the airlines and asking them to maybe make some changes, hopefully that can be done. And of course, we'll help if we can. I would just say that a cleaner way would be to, again, consider putting the name Carmel into the airport. It doesn't necessarily even need rebranding. Anyway, so I guess what I would say is, I would ask for you maybe to keep an open mind. Perhaps if we chip away at the back end of this through the airlines, perhaps it will almost force itself, and maybe we will all realize, what, this is now we're being identified this way. Perhaps this is the right way. I guess I would just say, thank you for discussing it. Maybe we can kind of keep working on it and bring this back again, depending on. I mean, you haven't made a formal vote or decision yet, but I would just say, let's keep talking.
Thank you, Amy. Any other? No other, correct?
No.
Very good. All right, thanks, everyone. And folks from Carmel, thank you very much for your patience on this today. It's been a long one, but thanks for sticking in there with us. Okay, we're going to move on. We will start on item H, which are board committee reports and acceptance of department reports. And what I would like to do, I'm going to change this up just a touch, not a lot, because I know that Director Sabo has had some concerns about how we're handling this, and I want to be aware of his concerns and try to address them where we can. That being said, Mike, what I would ask of you is if you feel that we have a department report that should be made in whole, certainly feel free to do that. Do you have anything you think we need to discuss on the department reports?
I do not, Mr. Chairman. The department reports pretty much speak for themselves. The only thing I would highlight is the continued concern about the car rental operations and their hours of operation. And we've talked about that.
Okay, and so just doing that, I would like to ask if any of the board members have questions of staff on departmental reports.
So is it just questions on the departmental reports? That's it.
Yeah, as long, and I'm not talking about going into budget and finance, air service, airport. I'm talking about strictly the police report, etc. Those are department reports.
Okay. Now I have questions on the operations department. Okay. Why this is under operations, the taxi.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It seems to indicate that we had more taxi trips in the latest reported month, which I guess was May or April rather, and March. Okay. We had more trips, but the fees went. The collective fees went down. Why is that?
I don't have the answer to that, Mr.
That's okay. I mean,
I can certainly get you that answer.
The answer.
I can certainly
But
get you that answer.
I take a look at that as I do the other grants and all that. I have a special magnifying glass to be able to see down at the bottom of those things.
I've heard rumor about that.
Yeah, so anyhow, it would be of interest to me to know how accurate those figures are.
I can't address that, but I will certainly get you an
sure.
answer.
We have delays on, in the operations report, we have delays. But they seem cumulative unless I'm missing something, but we don't identify which is inbound and outbound trips are delays. Am I missing something here?
No, we don't quantify inbound and outbound, never have. That's a pretty difficult thing for us to do, but what we do is cumulative to the best of our ability, and that shows up in the board packet. I believe it's in the financial packet, where we have the bar chart that shows delays and cancellations.
Okay.
That one, yeah.
That's in the financial packet.
Yeah, it's in the board packet.
It's in both, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm specifically referring to in the operations report, this is where I go to find out how we have delays on outbound trips, which is very important to the Dallas-Fort Worth connectors, the Denver connectors. And so I'm interested in that. And I typically go to the financial report to see that. Is there any way that we could show inbound delay versus outbound delays?
Again, I don't have an answer for you on that. That's a little bit more complicated process than what it sounds like. But I'd have to consult my operations team.
Are we counting the delays, or are we
Getting them from the airlines? Yeah, I believe we get those from the airlines.
Well, that would be a strong request, because I think that's an essential part of our marketing. Is the feedback that I get. People are concerned about whether or not they can get out of here on time, as well as getting back in on time. But getting back in at all. Okay, so it'd be nice to be able to monitor that. Okay, that's all I have on operations. That's it. I had some on the financial.
We're gonna come to that.
On the financial report?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hold off till we get there?
Okay, sure. Any other? Yes, Director Sonny.
I think this fits in operations. The feedback from the road show, I call it the road show, we've got a different terminology for it. Okay, just curious to how that's going, if we've got more scheduled. And I did want to give one bit of feedback that the presentation seemed long, and if it was possible to maybe have it shortened a bit.
Probably not the appropriate place to have that discussion, but I'll happily have that with you.
Okay.
The feedback has been good. And I appreciate your.
We haven't had a phone call, I've been traveling and things.
What other road shows?
The presentation.
Visits,
Yeah.
King City.
Right.
And then also I just wanted to mention, and that if this isn't appropriate, please let me know. I think we're working through this right now. But we do have Portland starting next week as well. I see there's nobody on the public, Matthew, you're there. But we have Portland, and JSX is coming in June too. We're just to have for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Miller.
Yeah, just a comment on the noise complaints. Looks like Pasadena continues to be a sore spot for complaints. They almost all were there. But there is one that just jumps off the page, Sunnyvale. What was that all about? But was it somebody from Sunnyvale who was down here, or he actually living in Sunnyvale?
Living in Sunnyvale.
And complaining to us?
Yes. Believe that the airplane was related to this airport, or I believe it was actually a helicopter, if I recall, doing this by memory. I mean, that's not really a good practice for me anymore, but can't really understand why he would have called us beyond just not understanding what's around it.
Yeah, that just seems strange.
Yeah.
Jumping all the day. Okay, thank you. By the way, complaints, less than half. And flights probably 4 times as many as they were last year. Yeah. So not a bad direction.
Okay, let's move on. We're going to go to standing committee reports. Again, I'm going to have the committees report out, and I would ask that any questions be held to items that are not covered by the minutes of these meetings. So let's start with budget and finance.
Lisa, you want to go first?
Sure, we had a long meeting. I think we went till 2 o'clock, so 4 hours. We did review the proposed budget and really looked back closely and had lots of conversation about that. And then we just reviewed what we typically review with the accounts receivables and just the CARES Act, PRISA Act. We did talk about maybe reporting it in a little different way too, and I think that's been incorporated in this packet. Those are the big highlights from the meeting. Anything else, Mary?
Director Lovell?
I think, well, obviously the budget took a big chunk of the time, but we did go over the breakdown, and it's in your package, I think. Did I see it in there? The difference in the different grants. So grant number 1, we have drawn down. Is it in the package?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's in the package. I can do it by memory. We have $8.8 million left in the CARES Act, which is the original $12.6 billion grant. We have just over $2 million left in the PRISA Act, which was a $3.2 million grant. That's the second one. We've yet to get the American Recovery Act funds. We don't believe that those are going to be to us until July, the grant itself. We're still ferreting through exactly how much that is, but we believe it could be north of $4 million. So we won't have that until July. That's when we'll see the grant. There you go. Yeah.
So anyway, what we asked the staff was to start putting both of the grant recaps in the package so that you all can see it says development project.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of mislabeled because it says development project on the top.
It used to be one page, it said CARES Act. And
Yeah, now it's.
Yeah, we
CARES
tried
Act,
to
and then
incorporate it
there's
as the committee asked. And we can relabel it a little bit so it's a little clearer.
And actually, what the staff started doing was giving us the breakdown of everything they applied for, like each invoice that went in on it.
Yeah.
We didn't have that before, now we have it. Anyway, so there are two grants covered in here, and I know we've had questions on it, so we said, let's just put it in and then everybody can see it. And as soon as we know what the third one is and what the parameters are on it, and when it's available, then you'll see it up there. So I think that was it. Gil, did you have questions for us? Finance, budget, finance?
Yeah, I had questions about the budget and also the CARES Act funding. And that on the budget, when, at least what I see proposed, is that the first time the board gets to see anything about the budget is like 14 days before we have the current budget will expire. In other words, it expires on June 30th, and so we'll only see this budget before 14 days before we have to enact something. And I'm not sure that's why we don't have at least be presented as a board drafts at the beginning of the month, or some way to provide comment, thoughts, analyze it, instead of getting it only a few days before we have a board meeting where we have to approve it.
So we did talk in finance about having it dedicated board meeting just for the budget and take it out of the third week of the
Okay.
month.
I would strongly.
So staff was going to get back to us with that.
Yeah.
That was our recommendation.
Oh, good.
I will say we have followed and we will continue to follow the traditional process, which is through the finance committee and then a finance committee recommendation to the full board. That's what we've done for the last several years. And I would assume that that's what we will continue to do. Otherwise, you know, we could take it out of finance committee and move it to the full board if that's the budget, but that's not what we've done.
My question is directed at one that specifically, not to include the finance committee from having another look or at the draft to look at, but rather have sufficient time to analyze the budget and maybe forward comments and questions to you, and before I go to Tim and get the questions answered. Before we get down to, I don't want to look at this 2 or 3 days before we have to vote on it. And then we have a very short period of time. And I strongly endorse having a special meeting to deal with the budget. The budget is getting more and more crucial. We have some surplus, but we have plans to spend those, do something. So I would like to see it as at least more. I would like to see it in advance, well in advance of our next board. That was a question. So, is it doable, or is it just not something we've done in the past?
No, we're talking about it. We're talking about having a special meeting prior to the board meeting.
Okay, yeah, the thought process on staff level is the June board meeting would be dedicated to budget and a strategic planning session related to hangar development. I think what Bill is asking for is something earlier than that, so we can be educated on what's in the budget. What I would suggest is that we'll have to look at timing. But we do owe finance committee one more kick at the can, if you will. And we intend on doing that during the finance committee meeting in June. Let me look at timing and see how things relate so that we get finance committee their second blush. And then we won't have a final draft budget or final budget for you to consider until we go through that process. So I'm thinking my way through how I can get you what you're asking for, Director, without delaying the rest of the process. I'll work on it. Understand what you're asking for.
If the finance committee is going to get it, they're going to deliberate on it. I have a question as to why the board can't see this draft budget. So, and then the finance committee may adopt some changes to it, but a recommendation. But there's a lot of information in there, and it allows any of us to create questions, and that may be helpful to preparation of the final budget. So that's my request, or that's my request to the finance committee, that you give the board more opportunity to not only see it but comment to the staff. The second thing that I had involved this CARES Act invoice business. You know, I was really confused. No disrespect to Tim, because that's got to be the most complicated thing in the world to talk about that CARES Act reimbursements and all that. But I saw that the statement that said, well, we're only going to, airport's policy is to only ask for CARES reimbursements for when our cash receipts are less than our obligations. Yeah, for both operations and capital budgets. Okay. So I got that. That sounded like a good plan. And then I saw that we have a $3.8 million request. So this is total since the beginning, $3.8 million. So I kind of started adding up all this stuff. And the actual losses were, where expenses exceeded expenditures was only $1.665 million. So in the financials, at least for this fiscal year, show that we had a $2.5 million gain, I guess. There. So I'm trying to reconcile between $3.8 million request and what our financials show, which is only a actual loss of 1.67 million, and that's not a loss, but a cash difference there. It seems inconsistent with the policy, and clearly I don't understand.
Okay.
And I'm looking at all these invoices and all that, and that in and of itself didn't answer the question. I could raise some more questions, and we ended up with a financial gain of $2.5 million.
It's a nice game. I'll have to ask Tim to maybe.
It's very confusing.
Executive Director, I can share that is the difference. I can explain it.
Yeah, please do.
There's a voice.
The $3.5 million includes fiscal 20. It includes fiscal 20 along with fiscal 21. So there's 2 years when you look at the total CARES Act and the CRISA Act draws combined, it is a combination of 2 years. So in our financial statements, we're looking at current year. And that's what's being presented in the financials, not the cumulative of prior year and current year in our financials.
But the reimbursement totals are cumulative all the way back to the previous fiscal year. Is that right?
Correct.
Correct. Grant came in last fiscal year. Right. The CARES Act grant became effective last fiscal year, so there's activity there.
Okay, so are we still? Do you reconcile this both the draws in any the prior fiscal year, this fiscal year? You reconcile that with our policy to only spend request reimbursements when we in fact have more cash outflows than we do inflows. Are you still doing that, Tim?
And I'm sorry, Director Sabo, it's really hard to hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was directed to speak more closer to that. Are you still following the basic policy of only requesting reimbursements for negative cash flows, including operations that happen? Are you still following that in each fiscal year?
That's our intent, yes.
No, are you doing it?
Yes, we are doing it.
Okay, all right. And so I was just trying to add up all these numbers and it made my head explode. So
to help you out, Director Sabo, if you look at the last page of the CARES Act schedule, there's an allocation between the prior year and the current year draws on the CARES Act. The CRISA Act was only effective in fiscal 21, so there's no reconciliation between years, but on the last page, on the summary, on the lower right-hand corner, there should be a split between fiscal year 20 and fiscal year 21.
Tim, that would be in the financial report, not in the actual drawdowns of the CARES Act.
Okay.
That is the CARES Act. Different documents, different purpose.
okay, well, and I guess that suffices. I'm not trying to other. I just wanted to make sure that there was where we had cash surpluses, and before we drew our financials indicated a cash loss that our reimbursements actually matched those cash losses, both operations and capital expenditures. And what you're telling me is you're reconciling those two things all the time.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. That was my question. I'm good.
Okay, we're moving on to the Air Service Marketing Community Relations. Director Sable, would you start our report, please?
Why don't you do the report? Why don't you do the report?
I'm feeding my more.
I haven't begun it yet.
Well, I don't have a copy of the document that Mike provided for us. It may be in here, but I'm not sure that it is. Where you showed us the all of the airlines with the employments. It was a report that we saw that we normally don't have at Air Service, but we did.
Yeah, that's a new report. It is not included in the.
Anyway, I just wanted to mention that it was an excellent piece. It gave us a lot of information. I believe, Bill, it covered a lot of the stuff you've been looking for.
Yeah. It was a real enhancement of our knowledge.
So that was nicely done, and we appreciate you doing. I know it's not easy. The timing has to be perfect to get it in there, but that was very well done. We spent an awful lot of time, to be candid, on the Carmel issue, and we went into it in depth. And as Bill said earlier, we left with a disagreement, and therefore we could not offer a recommendation to the full board, because we did not agree on what recommendation to make. So at that point, we made the decision that we were going to have a full and vibrant discussion at the full board level, which I believe we did today. Director Lapierre, Executive Director Lapierre, thank you for coming up with some alternatives that seemed like all of us are very in tune to moving forward with them. And it seems like it's going to be hopefully we can get some of the other airlines to buy in. I think we probably will be able to do that. And then the marketing program, I think it's really something that we're going to all agree that we should move forward on. And thank you for putting that together. We really appreciate it. What else, Bill?
Well, just augment your words regarding the name change. We did encourage Mike to do a little outreach to the air carriers to see what their amenability would be to including Carmel in the reservation system. And if at some point they all do it, fine. Yeah, we just kind of keep the status quo. But if everybody else says, no, we're not going to do that, only American, we may want to revisit the naming convention on the whole thing.
I can tell you the early conversation I had with Alaska since Air Service was positive. The reception was positive. They've made no decision yet. Let's put it that way.
We applauded Mike's effort to do the, I think the term roadshow. I like it, and it's been reasonably well received. I got some feedback out of two cities that said that they were very appreciative of having a presentation. Highlight a little bit more about where you're going, where you're coming from, particularly where you're going. They wanted some clarity on where they can fly out of the cities and all that, where they can fly from, and maybe tighten it up a little bit. But all in all, we got great reviews. So I think that's a good thing. And they got constituent feedback as well, which is always a good sign. So that was, I just wanted to augment the comments you made. So, and it was one thing, I didn't get the newsletter, I did use it in my head, but I recommended, recommended that we consider getting a newsletter that we can send out to people that we know about that are interested in the airport through social media, email addresses. What's going on at the airport, which is what San Luis Obispo, Santa Rosa, and other airports do. I know it's a pain in the neck to have to create that, but it does let people know what's new at the airport. So other than that, nothing else.
Yeah, I remember that suggestion being made. I don't believe there was any decision made on it one way or the other. It was a recommendation and we took it as such. And does any of the other directors have any questions that are not covered in the minutes of Air Service? Director Miller.
I'm hearing good things about this report that you presented to Air Service. Is there a way to?
We just opened the can of worms.
I'm sorry.
Could you send that to us electronically? The other members didn't get a chance to see it. Thank you.
Sorry, Director.
I wanted to report one other thing back to the director, and that was on passenger noise complaints. The person that has the largest number of passenger noise complaints doesn't even live in passenger.
Where does he live?
Oh, right next to you.
Nobody lives next to me.
Well, he lives over in.
I don't play well with others.
Yeah, I didn't know that. So anyhow, he's not a resident of the passenger property, but rather whatever. So
He was single-handedly,
York Hills?
yeah, over in that area, but I looked him up.
he was single-handedly responsible for 8 of
lives
those.
right under the area where the airplanes are down below because they gotta finally get down close to the ground.
Well,
and
eventually-
put their wheels on.
Eventually, they have to do that.
I just wanted to.
Okay,
share that
any other
I
questions?
sure appreciate it, Carl. I gave you that information.
Moving on. Where are we?
Leases.
Lease Committee, Director Miller, tell us what happened in the lease.
Well, we did spend some time talking about the rent abatement and agreed with the executive director. We've already talked about that. We did spend a lot of time talking about the agreement with Reef and Republic parking, although not as much time as we spent today talking about it. Those were the main two things we talked about, really nothing to add, because we've already beat that horse.
Any questions for Lise? Very good. Let's move on. Anything from local jurisdictions?
No meeting.
No meeting, okay. Let's move on to Director Leffel. Anything on LAFCO?
We did pass the budget, and so there will be no additional increase this year for what the airport has to contribute to LAFCO. The budget is static the second year, and we are continuing to work through the water issue. We had a workshop with the public, and it was mostly attorneys on the line, either for CalAm or for the Public Water Now or for the water district. So a few people spoke from the public, but hardly anybody. It was mostly just attorneys stating their position of what LAFCO should do. I did find it interesting that one local attorney that we are very familiar with, Mr. Sam Henson, is the attorney of record for Public Water Now. And his comments were, paraphrased, basically that LAFCO is just a little agency and it ought to just get out of the way and let the courts figure it out.
I'm so happy that he said that.
So it'll be interesting. LAFCO does have by law an obligation to decide what they're going to do with it. So LAFCO will be an interesting, continue to be interesting in the next few months. We still don't have Soledad is not complete, the expansion, nor is the expansion for Gonzales. So both of those are still just hovering out there. And I guess Gonzales is saying now it probably won't be in before the end of the year. And Soledad has, I think they have submitted twice, and the staff says it's incomplete. The water district's application, I'm not sure if it's complete or not. They went back and had things, so we will review that again this month. That's
LAPCO.
LAPCO.
Any questions for Director Level? Yes,
Yeah.
Director Sabo, what is front? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll deal with you.
Go ahead.
On what you discussed about water and Lamco, I kind of lost which issue was it. I know that there's a question that is coming from the water people, or to Lamco regarding annexing several small areas that don't belong to Cal-Am, that don't belong to them. Is that what we're talking about? Or what if it was these small little districts that need to be included in the take away from Cal-Am compliance? What's your inclination as to how that goes?
So it's not so what the question in preparation for the takeover of Cal-Am, I guess that's the buyout of Cal-Am. The water district has requested to annex, I think it's 58 lots of record in small water districts that are outside of the water district now. So whenever a district wants to change its boundary, it has to come to LAPCO. So the water district is coming to LAPCO to increase its district to take in these houses and lots. I have no idea how anybody's involved. I wouldn't even speculate.
What's the staff behind it? As you say, it's too small.
The application wasn't complete, Bill, so we haven't really seen it.
All right.
We haven't really seen a complete application yet, so
Answer my question.
each attorney for each of them has about a 500-page document that you're welcome to go online and read. Saying why.
Well, I for one am very pleased that LAPCO has been so diligent in this process. And I feel that you directors have every right to take as much time as you need to get there.
So the big, I guess, point of discussion is why doesn't LAPCO just say, go ahead and do it, and we'll give you contingent approval. And me representing districts, I've got Cal-Am that says it's worth $1. I have a water district saying it's worth 50 cents. I don't know. So I am not I'm not comfortable saying it's worth this or it's worth that. So there is a group of us that appear to want to have a third report that be done
Makes
by
complete
an
sense.
outside third party, paid for by the water district. Because their application. But it would give us then a balance, and both of those reports from Cal-Am and from the water district are both 2 years old. So they were both done, I think, in 2019. Now we're in 2021. Things change. So anyway, that's kind of Cal-Am would like us to do a third-party report. The water district would like for us not to. And as we were told, we're just pretty inconsequential, so just move on. But we'll see. I feel like to do my due diligence, I would like to have it that way.
Makes complete sense.
Quick question. When Carmel Valley was looking at incorporating, they were going to be on the hook to the county for revenues that would be lost. If Cal-Am private publicizes it, it becomes a public agency, there would be a loss of revenue. Is anybody on the hook for that?
That's the thing. So one of the contingencies of whether or not they have a complete application is they have to, the water district has to sit down with the county and determine how much tax revenue will be lost and how the water district would make that up. And Cal-Am is the 5th largest taxpayer in Monterey County. It's a lot of money. And it would hit school districts, it would hit smaller districts. Hard.
Do those districts and municipalities have a claim that they can make against the water district?
So, the lady that took over Mike Miller's position, but she's got to sit down and she's got to do all the calculations on it. Similar, I think, to when we came back into the tax thing. And they're gonna figure out how it will hit everybody.
Well, please keep us informed.
I will. You know, for me, I represent the district, so for me, it's important that we figure that out and we figure out how it's gonna hurt the district. So.
Thank you. Okay, I know that you didn't have a taxi meeting, because that doesn't happen until August.
July.
Okay. Lisa, I hope you get to go to one. Wonderful. The only problem is there's only one a year, so. If Director Lovell goes, then you stay home, so. Okay, Bill, Tansy.
Nothing airport related going on there. Spending a lot of time talking about bike paths and trails. And not too much about to be kind of political, but and they haven't really talked about much improvements. There was a report by a committee that I was very interested in, and that was when we had the 3/8% sales tax increase in Monterey County to fix the populace. And I made quite an appeal, even as an ex officio, to have a very solid citizens oversight committee. And they reported citizens oversight committee and said, and they had a written report too, that said there was only one deviation in the entire county from the plan, which meant that you could only get money if you were a city, municipality, whatever. You could only get money for projects you had already funded or included in your budget. They had to be something other than what you had in there. They only had one deviation from that. And so it was a very positive report. In other words, the bottom line is the money from that 3/8% tax increase is being spent appropriately on new projects and fixing problems. So that was, but there was nothing on the agenda or anywhere else that even mentioned the airport. We were kind of invisible there.
That's not bad.
What was the deviation?
Which city was it?
Yeah.
I think it was down in Soledad. And it was a major thing, and they blame it on paperwork. That was the concern that a lot of anti-tax advocates were talking about, is that there was just going to be a lot of budget enabling here, and funding things with the 3/8% sales tax increase that should have been normally funded through their regular revenues, and that hasn't happened. So anyhow, I don't have anything else to report on Sampson.
Thank you, Director. Director Miller, anything on special districts?
They had a meeting last month. We already had a report from Mary Ann on that, who attended. Next meeting will be in July.
Is it going to be in person?
We're working on it.
Oh, working on it.
Should be by July. June 15th, the world returns.
Can you hear that? Okay.
Okay,
That's when we have the special election, or No, just kidding.
Executive Director, anything on AMBAG?
Met last Wednesday, a week ago today, and two topics on the agenda were Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary will be taking up residence at CSUMB in the new Science Hall. That they made that announcement, which I think is probably a really good move for the community and for the sanctuary itself. And then adopted the annual work plan and budget, which is a fast requirement surface transportation. Most of that had to do with electrification of buses in Santa Cruz and a couple of other communities around the region. That was it.
What is the budget?
Their overall budget, I'll get you that off of, that was not what we talked about.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't have it off the top of my head, right?
Is Colonel Sidorik on that board? He's the head of the MST?
Monterey Salinas Transit is an advisory member of the board.
And
Yes.
is Carl the one that's?
When they show up, yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Any questions for Executive Director on AMBAG?
Yeah. Yeah. They have, there's a component of their either annual plan or 5-year plans that deals with airports. And I'm wondering, is the AMBAG staff approaching you to gain additional information with access and population and all that sort of thing? So to expand the scope of that, in the previous years, all they basically provided is a Google map of how to get there. And, some statistics about how many airplanes took off when they landed, end of story, which didn't really speak to anything that would benefit other agencies from understanding, or that's an input to TAMSI's planning too. And are they coming to you and asking you for additional information or doing anything regarding the airport?
We've had the opportunity to share our ASIP, our capital improvements program with them. We've had the opportunity to share with them the master plan. So those are things that they weren't aware of. The problem that we run into is this is the municipal planning organization, and our funds don't go through the MPO. So they don't really track what kind of grants and funding we get from the federal government.
Right.
It's not in their charge to do that because ours go straight from the federal government, not through the MPO. So it's an education process. What they publish is really in response to the requirements at the state level and at the federal level for surface transportation. So there's a bit of a disconnect there. You see that at TAMSI too, because TAMSI's funding is a different source. It goes through a different process. Ours does not. And you probably have seen and heard Debbie Hale on several occasions make sure that everyone understands that the money that the airport gets is not impacting the money that TAMSI gets. The two are separate. She does it sometimes in a competitive way, like, don't the airport may be trying to grab some of her money, and that's not the intent. But
well, the reason that
we open those dialogues.
The reason I asked that question, AMBAG has a lot of history of Peninsula, the air transportation portion of that plan. And TAMSI has and all that. And when I asked the question, they said, we don't get, you guys have your own funding.
Yep.
And I said, wait a minute, your job is to provide information that helps based on population and everything else that you feed to TAMSI. You're supposed to be suggesting how easy it is to get to the airport and get away from the airport, and what kind of things are needed. And AMBAG just drew a blank on that.
Well, I think you're looking at it as a marketing document, and it is not. It is a document that's required of the municipal planning organization, and we are not part of that effort. our money doesn't flow through the MPO. You do not want it
No,
to
it's not
flow.
federal money, it's not federal money MPAD is funded in part by the feds and all that,
Correct.
and they get part of that money from the state. But they're charged, just like the Santa Clara, up in the Bay, the other metropolitan transportation organizations, or the other community governments, and I can't remember the CAG's names up there, but they have a plan, and it has a transportation component, and part of that transportation component deals with airports. And
It only articulates the airports. It does not deal with planning for the airports. That's where the delta.
planning, not for the airport itself, but how to get here, whether there's
Planning
enough
for the road
taxi
network.
service,
Yes.
roads, and how congested that
Yep.
is. And that's a direct feed from MPAD to TAMC, for example. So
And
I'll
vice
send
versa.
you.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Everything that those two agencies deal with is really surface transportation and public transportation.
Yeah.
And only on the cursory level of public transportation. So the tie between us is really, you said, how do you get to the airports, the road network that provides access to the airport. That's really the importance of the MPO is our input on how the road network is maintained and developed so that it provides best access possible.
And it's that access component that
Yeah.
TAMC feeds off, and we never get mentioned in any of the Highway 68, scenic highway discussions. Airport never gets mentioned, ever. It's not an incentive to say we need to kind of comply with the things that MPAD is planning. So that's why I'm going to the extent. They work together and they exclude us because, well, we have our own funding, go away, kid.
Yeah, they don't know how to respond to the airport.
Yeah.
Because they look at us as a totally separate entity, and you want to cherish that because you really don't want your grant funding to go through an MPO. It's just one more level of complexity and not one that is easily done.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. We're at this time going to adjourn from open session. And we're going to take an 8-minute break before we open closed session. All right, make it 10. We've got it. You want to look at this place?
No, that won't be.
That's not
Just a second.
That's not coming on? All right, we're back in open session at this point. Scott, is there anything to report from closed session?
Mr. Chair, there was no reportable action taken in closed session.
Thank you. Do any of our directors have requests for future agenda items?
I do.
Go ahead.
I would like to have a report from staff at a future meeting on options for evaluating CalPERS funding options that might include developing identifying what consultants could help us, what the approach might be. So to repeat, a report from the staff on options for us to consider for evaluating CalPERS funding options.
All CalPERS items or the unfunded liability we got to report on today?
Just funding operation. I don't know where you're going on all this. Most of my focus is on that unfunded liability burden that we're having to carry forward. We're not going to drop out of CalPERS. So, I just like us to start identifying who can help us and what are the options that we can consider.
So would that not be a duty of the finance committee, and then the finance committee would bring that back to the full board?
No, it will be the duty of staff. We'll run he's asking, I think you're just asking for names and suggestions. We can run that through finance committee and then bring it to the board. I would ask, however, that we delay that until July. The June schedule is.
I'm just saying future agenda.
Yeah,
And I'm
right,
just
right.
trying to
Understand.
get a place marker on the agenda that something happens, whether the finance committee chooses to deal with it ahead of time, that's up to them.
Okay, so I'm gonna second that. We need to have a second, I'm seconding. Any other discussion before we vote? Amanda?
You don't need to vote.
Not
You don't
needed?
need to vote.
No, as long as you have two people, it gets signed.
You just need two people to
Yeah,
Okay.
That's it.
agree. America,
This is America for a while longer.
America.
Oh, I thought you said something else.
Are we done?
No?
I want to go and put my socks up.
Okay, are there any other requests for future agenda items? Seeing none,